everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. We got some uh, we got some different stuff going on here. That's for sure. We got ourselves a vampire dude here. We got what looks like some Nurgly Napoleonics. Where's the other? Ah, here we go. So these are from Signum Games. I've got a bunch of different ones of these. We've got what looks like a kind of more standard human Napoleonic guy there. And then we've got what looks like some plague dudes. Now, I don't know. So, hey there, Landrast. Actually, I thought you might enjoy these a little bit. Again, these kind of fantasy, Napoleonic type things. Now, I'm going to say that these are. I'm going to say these are the Austrians, not the. Because I have another batch that I think are more the Russians. So, Landrast, I'm pretty sure that Russians had white, British had red, French had blue, and your Austrians had green, right? I think that's how that works. So we'll make these guys Austrians because, well, the green and all of the Nurgly stuff there, that would be kind of appropriate, right? Nice to see you there, Grey Wolf. How you doing? Now, this is going to be glow. I think we're going to do glowing green on. Oh, that's right. Darn it, I don't have, unfortunately, I don't have the pictures here. Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's the other way around then. So green. Wait a minute. I thought the Soviet. Oh, wait a minute. So Russia was green and Austria was white. Okay. Well, then in that case, we'll go. If that's the case, we'll go white on these guys here. Okay, so we'll go. Actually, this would be almost better. All right, so we'll go white. Actually, Grand Orc, I thought you might be interested in these too. Now, also check this out right here. So this was just a test print right here. Imagine this filled in, obviously, with some lady type stuff there. And it's pretty much sized, as you can see, that's pretty much sized to our flats right there. So I think this should be pretty interesting. Again, this was the thing I made in a combination of using the bas relief thing that I did and then the image to STL, which let me put this backing on there. So that was kind of crucial right there. And of course, last night we did these right there. So that was super fun. Where can I put that? Okay, I think I can put you over there. So yeah, I had a whole image. Well, I don't know. Let me see if I can try and get this thing out here. It's going to be way too big, but well, let's see what happens here. Let's see if it's even in my downloads here yet. It is not there, so I don't think we're going to have a chance to put that up. Sadly, I did make an image of this guy right here. Let me see if we can maybe do this again. There was all of a sudden there was like 20 things that happened. I'm like, oh, I'm going to start streaming. And then it was like, nope, you ain't streaming. You got to do this, then you got to do this, and then you got to do this other thing. And it's like, well, okay, that's not super conducive to actually start the stream 40 minutes ago. When that's when I wanted to do it. Let me see if I can maybe just get this thing up here, like so. Prussians. Okay, yeah. Let's not forget Nah, let's not bother with this. We'll just forget about that, and we're just gonna continue on with this. Now we're gonna do some again green there, but it looks like there's more. Maybe that's gonna be. No, we might do some bluish gray or something like that down there. I think that's what we're gonna do at that portion. But I'm just gonna bring up this so at least I have my example picture there. Let me get back to the stream. Okay, there we go. And I got a bunch of the. Oh, here's a. So again, I'm not sure, who is supposed to be what. We got almost like a kind of a werewolf type thing right there. I'm gonna say that's really definitely more of a French right there. Again, somebody else can look at Signum and see what kind of factions are they're doing for this. I have no idea. I guess this was a Kickstarter. Let's see. Well, yeah, those. Yeah, your winged hussars, right, Grand Oracle? Now, I do actually have those. Oh, God, actually. Oh, speaking of hussars, Titan Forge. Titan Forge has bear cavalry, so bear hussars. Now, they're not naked hussars. They are actually they are hussars riding bears. So at least that means they're family friendly enough to paint on stream. Now, the reason why there's almost like a slight semi sneaky zenithal on here was just so that I could try to do the photos with the source lighting, which of course, well, unfortunately, again, I never got a chance to put those up. So we're basically most of his coat there. You'll see a little bit of blue over here, and maybe on his cape, if that's what that is. I don't know. Maybe yeah, and even down here, we're gonna do something. Again, something like maybe a bluish violet or something. Yeah, maybe we'll go a little bit of violet down there. All right. In that case, we'll just do this then. I want it to be almost more like smoke instead of like a source. So I'm actually gonna grab me a little bit of this. It's again gonna be kind. Oops, that's a little too dark there. Let's try this instead. So again, sorry for the late start. I was about to start 20 minutes to half an hour ago, and then all of a sudden, everything just went bonkers. So sorry about that. That's just how it goes. We'll do some glazy green, I think, here, right, to get some of our darks, and let's need some more of our green over here. So great to see you there, Landress. Great to see you there, Grand Oracle. You know, let me grab more of this. Ah, there we are. There you go. That's some more like what I'm talking about there. Yeah, that's it. Like you say, Grand Oracle, you get the old object source lighting going on here. It don't matter what your color scheme is, right? Put enough light sources on there. There is no color scheme. It's just light sources. More light sources, more better. Now, again, if somebody wants to go check out the Signum thing and find out, okay, do they have more than just, well, the Napoleonic, or sorry, just the French, or do they have an Austrian faction? Do they have they must have at least one other faction. You can't have too much of a game, right, Grand Oracle, with just one faction? So I would imagine there's multiple ones already. Let me do this. So yeah, just as I was about to start, it's like somebody signed up for the Patreon page and they're like, where's the videos? I can't see the videos. Oh, okay. So I had to go do that. Oh, there we go. We got some light happening there. And some more there. And some more there. And a little bit there. And some there. And then we're just going to go some kind of generic whatevs here. Don't even care. Because everything else just going to be some glazes and such. We'll get this figured out later. Here. Oh, the other thing too, I was filming the second episode. Well, I already had filmed the sculpting part, but I was doing all the basing. Ah, that's right. Here I can show you this. So there's Mel. That's the 10th member of the Fellowship. As you can see, done with the Moria style basing. So that's the other thing I was doing, was filming that video. So now our our new Fellowship is all done and dusted, ready to go. What is that? Get rid of that thing. Get rid of that. So I mean, it's also you have a Mad Hatter type. Oh, I guess maybe Warseer. Is that the game that this is from? Again, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. but everybody is free to go over to Signum and see what's all up with that. I'm just gonna be doing the paintings. That's it. I'm just doing this. So Grand Oracle, yeah, it was kind of nice to have those frames, and actually that might be the easiest way to paint these, right? Because now I can just hang on to this. We could actually paint this after we paint that, so I could even like glue these into the frame before we ever even start them. So yeah, and again, this is all super rough right here because it's just FDM printed. I got to print out so many of these things. I don't really, I don't think I'm going to be doing resin printing on those necessarily. Maybe in a few special cases, but I think in general, I don't think I'm going to be doing uh, resin printing on that because, well, that would take up a whole bunch of resin because, and I also have to make different versions because I got to make versions for Arthurian, got to make versions for our Japanese theme, unless they're just all plain, which I could do that too. They could all just be plain. Now let me start hitting this with some glazes, especially where where the green is up here. All right, let me get something going here with a brush. This one, Phthalo and Fluoro together. Come on, get going. There we are, starting to break that down. So hopefully everybody's day was fantastic. And what's crazy is I mean, I had an extra early start to the day today too, and it's like, wow, where did all that go off to? Let me get some more of this, and now we're gonna start to drop in some of this here, like you do. Get this bowl a rolling. There we are. Actually, Grand Oracle, there might be some of these I might do a little bit of pre-glaze on them, like our Nurgly ones. Yeah, so these are almost kind of good potential candidates maybe for pre-glaze here, Grand Oracle. Like we say all the time, it's a situational kind of thing. There are situations where it'll be ideal and situations where it will be less ideal. We do it where it is ideal. There you can see already starting to make a little bit of a difference here. Probably not on the underside of the bat swarm here. Now again, these are from Signum Games. I think they just did a Kickstarter on these. I could be wrong. I don't know if it's like a Kickstarter that kind of stopped and started, if you know what I mean. Because they kind of said, yeah, here, do this. And then they said, no, wait, don't. And I'm like, okay. I'm going to just go with that for now. We're going to take here some of the panes, a gray like this. And, well, we're just going to do some of that. Maybe get a little bit more of the green over here. Like you do. More, I'm going to go more neutral on that. Let's get some of this almost like a coal black here. I was going to get out the Prussian blue, ironically enough. Yeah, oh, there we go. That's it, Grand Oracle. Yes, the irony of painting French using Prussian blue. I think that would be hilarious. I don't know if it's supposed to be like some kind of wild fantasy version of Austerlitz or something like that, but maybe that's what they intended with it. get this going over here. So after the stream, priority will be to get that next video edited, rendered, and that'll go up in a day or so, probably Monday, I would think. And of course, Monday is going to involve the IJN portion of our fabulous Warlord Games Victory at Sea collection there. Alright, we're doing this. Again, it's just a almost more generic type, darker, glazy stuff that's happening now. We're even letting that mix in some places, because whatever's. Here, let me get some of this, some of the Van Dyke Brown, or sorry, some of the umber going over here again on the side where we do not have object source lighting. Fine, I'll just, whatever's left of the green just going down in there. Whatever. Don't even care. And of course, things must be messy before they can. Whoa, that was. It's like, is this a lantern in his hand over here? No, it's just the sword handle. Okay. Fine. That, again, needs to be something that is not source lighting on that side. Now, I think we're going to try to get some of the very lightest stuff up in here. Let's see what happens with that. Floral green. Start breaking that down. Not, probably not going to do quite as much of a pin line wash type of thing with this as we were doing with our darker stuff. Got to get that green orb, though, going. A little more up here. Yeah, there we are. No. Let's back off of that. Let's do this. Now do this. And again, not going to be an armored wolf tonight because I think they're actually either at MSS now or they're traveling there. I think I can maybe sneak a little bit more of this greenish stuff. Maybe not quite like that. Down here. Guess we're just going to have to thin that down. Just, again, a couple little... yeah, some of that here, too. And then maybe a little... here, let me get some of that phthalo green. Don't need that big old chunk of paint on there. Alright, we're starting to get there now. Now, there was yet another disturbance in the force in the college football universe again today. To me, not so shocking. Ironically enough, the way it was at the start of the season, this would have been the expected result. But the season has been so crazy, it became the unexpected result. Now, hey there, Recoil. Hopefully, Recoil. I think I got two versions of that was that something of the maker, oh, Echoes of the Makers song. So that should be in your email there, Recoil. It's very annoying that Instagram, because Messenger works fine. Nobody has any problem in Messenger listening to the songs. It's only in Instagram. Don't know why. And that's kind of stupid, right? Because, well, guess what? Facebook and Instagram, they're kind of the same thing in a way, but apparently not enough. That's good, Recoil. And I think I know oh, here it is. You haven't seen it though with, I just put some primer on there. So yeah, that just some primer, and again, it's printed up. I think printing up the next ones in black would be easier. I think so, because then I wouldn't have to be fighting it quite so much with the primer. So we got some crazy figs from Signum here. Now I guess Rico, hopefully that gives you a little bit of flexibility there. Then, if that's the case, it just is so strange, right? It's like you went from that. That would talk about the duality of, well, we're gonna do this to you, and then it's like, oh well, here, take this. I'm like, wait, what? That was not the direction you were kind of talking about before. Like all of a sudden now it's very different. Now that's some of the ultramarine blue, ironically enough, mixed with the Payne's gray here. I'm going to just try to get some of that into here. Also up into here. That's kind of already getting dark there too. And pretty sure they it was white pants, right, that the French had. I'm pretty sure it was white pants. Could be wrong about that, but I've already been wrong about, got the Austrians and the Russians mixed up. And you can tell that I don't often think about Napoleonics because I was like Soviets. Let me get a little bit there of our darker green in some spots. Okay. And again, these we'll treat these guys, I think, as the Russian. I'm not sure that's how they see them, but that's how we're gonna do them. Do we have? Yeah, that's kind of your more, I guess, regular French soldier right there. Don't know what the game is called. I'm not. This is a card from one of the characters from the game. I'm not sure if Warseer is this particular system for this. It might be. It might not be. I don't know. Needless to say, we'll be probably painting the other ones, on the Saturday stream because, well, now they're all prepped. So yeah, that is what's going to be going on the Saturday stream. Will be more of these. And again, we're just gonna start working in some of this kind of mid-range stuff here. And yes, you can see all of the shininess right from all of our glazy stuff there. That will go away. These are pretty much all alkyds here. I don't think there's anything that's not an alkyd on the palette. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we are rock solid, just all alkyds here on this. Yeah. I don't think we'll be doing much source lighting on the other ones. Let me get some of that light here on the, because that is a metal surface. That should be kind of max reflection on anything that would be green or any kind of source lighting for that matter. Let's do this right here. So recoil. Last I was after the stream, I was working with the Umbar Black Ships of Umbar uh, pictures to create the animations, and well, let's put it this way: recoil. I thought I had made some progress again. Now, initially, it was a bit of a fight because I'm giving it reference pictures, and yet it's not doing what I want it to with the reference pictures. And then it says, well, those are reference pictures from the movie. I can't do that. I'm like, wait a minute. You've been doing plenty of things that look way more like that than just the stupid Corsair ships. And then I say, okay, well, here, that Conquest Creations Corsair ship? So I said, well, here, fine. The video is going to be featuring this ship anyway. Is this a better reference? It's, oh, yeah, that's perfect. That's way better because it's higher resolution because it was a picture of my actual figure, right? So it was way higher resolution. And it said, yeah, that doesn't look like, it's not going to run into the same obstacles that the other references would. It did great on the first image recoil, and then guess what started happening? It started going back to the other references, which I either did not want or were told it not to use. But there was some kind of weird thing recoil where I think there's like text that I'm not supposed to see, because as I'm looking, maybe I've just never paid attention, but I see these little lines of text, like shadow text, appear. It's like grayed out, and it says the user is upset. The user has said this, and it's like, yeah, okay, well, I won't tell him this, but I'll tell him this. It was very weird. I don't know if you've ever had that happen, Recoil, where it's literally like having a conversation right in front of you about you, but treating you like you're not there. That was pretty wild. Here we go. Yeah, light over here. Let's get some light over there. All right, it's starting to emerge, starting to take shape here. Like you do. And that's still with all this super glazy stuff just sitting around here. Hey there, Tatley, how you doing? Welcome back. So yeah, that was very unexpected to see that, because I swear I've never seen that before. Which makes me wonder, Recoil, when if we start saying something, shall we say, a little bit more aggressive than what I was saying to it. I wonder how it reacts to that now. Because yeah, I was just, and then of course there was the hilarity where it wrote a prompt the other day, and it said, "Oh no, I can't do that. That prompt violates policies or whatever." I'm like, "Well, you wrote it." Yeah, you done wrote that. So what did you do wrong? It ain't me. That was your prompt. I said, all right, fine. You write something that's not gonna trigger things. And guess what? It autocorrect monstered itself. Yeah. Yeah, it autocorrect monstered itself. That's a little too much Ola right there. Let's not do that just yet. Give it a little more time before we. Actually, I got to get rid of that too. Where's a little tiny chunk of paper towel might just do the thing here. Ah, there we go. Yep, that just had to go away. Now, that might just do it there. Back to this crazy violet stuff over here. To go, whatever this stuff is, I don't know if that's supposed to be smoke or whatever. For whatever reason, GPT treated all this as basically being red. Okay, more of our light there. Some of that over here. Maybe a little bit less, again, of the green right in there. Oh, and by the way, we're only 31 minutes in. There's that too. Now, so Tally, hopefully this week has been fabulous for you. Where's our? Here it is. This is from our Flat Thursday last night. A double dose of Dark Queen Galadriel. Cause that's how we're rolling here. I think it's going to be 2 at a time for all the flats.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Voldy. How are you doing? Hey, Voldy, look at this. We get to do this for the first time. Here it is. There it is. So, Voldy, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Hopefully, we do still have our sound. So, thank you so much. Appreciate that. How you doing there, Camda? So, yeah, there's one of our new animations. I did get to use the whatchamacallit. That's 1 second here. Let me get rid of whatever this is here out of there. Not sure what that's doing in there. So thanks so much, Voldy. Appreciate that. And yes, we get to use for the very first time. I might get more of my green down there too. And great to see you there, Camda. So Camda, yeah, this is the these are the frames that I was printing out. One second. Okay, there we go. Now that might get a little bit more of our sky blue. Not too much though. Thanks, Camda. I'll try to sculpt some different ones. Again, I'll either go just plain texture for, say, the Japanese style ones. Not sure about that just yet. It would probably just be easier to print plain ones. But I'm pretty sure that nobody makes frames for flats. So, Voldy, I hope that you're doing well. And of course, if there's maybe something you've been working on that you wanted to post in the chat or anything like that, please go ahead. I appreciate you being here. Okay, there is that. Now, I might come back with... Here, let's try this first. Let's do this. Some of our Payne's Gray 2. Looking for a more neutral gray here for underside of the wings. Not so much the green there. Yeah, we also added an animation for when we get raided. We got to use that one last night when Cap and Kaylee raided. And of course, Camda, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda paints with the oils. So go check that out. So Rico, after the stream, I'll try to send you the AON pictures. There, some of them are pretty much high quality, like some of the Galadriel ones. And then I think one of the things I got to do tomorrow is at least do the video for the Wapoville train station thing for my brother, because I think I'll do that, and I'll be able to learn some more things in doing that.
Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Pirate. How are you doing? Ah, so I think Morgoth is kind of losing his mind here because I gotta say there's some weird critters in Middle Earth. That one's the weirdest. Dude, what's this Middle Earth you're talking about? Let's do this for Pirate right here. There we go. We got ourselves a big Gandalf 6. And, well, he splits the difference. Gets himself a 3. So thank you so much, Pirate. How are you doing? And, of course, a happy Saturday. Because it's now a happy Saturday here. It is indeed a happy Saturday in Wapoville. So appreciate everybody being here. And again, I think what we'll do is we'll save these guys to paint tomorrow. And everybody check out that link that Cammed Up Paints just posted. We might try to paint this guy here, because we'll see. It depends on how quick this guy is going, or if we need to take a little bit of a pause on him to let things set, whatever. Yeah, I think we got to get some more of our light here. And I think you could look at that. See, it's not quite as shiny there anymore. It's already starting to set up. Now, part of that is, of course, the fact that these are alkids. Yes, these are the fabulous alkids here. Paul Rubens, the Winsor Newton Griffin colors. Nice to see you, Muddy Mooseman. How are you doing? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now, so Muddy, Muddy, are you on this channel right here? So this is, I mean, it's pretty new. It was only just this year. So when Twitch took away all the highlights, they're going here. There's no ads or anything like this because all we do is just drop our videos from here onto here.
Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Alphonse. I appreciate that. I gotta say, it could have been worse when I die fighting the Balrog. He's like, dude, you're a Meyer. How did you die? He's like, it's complicated. Don't interrupt me. So I could have ended up like this dude over here. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, that's kind of harsh right there. Although the bat swarm, yeah, in your face, Sauron. I think he meant Sauron. It's like, it's the pipe weed. Now it's time to see a Gandalf 6 here for Alphonse. Ooh, that was very close to a 6 right there for Alphonse. And that was dicey, so to speak, because we mentioned pipeweed and then rolled the dice. Usually when that happens, you don't get you don't get quite that positive of a result. In fact, you usually end up with something along the lines of a sneak eyes when you do that. So a very fortunate roll for Gandalf there. See, Moose, when they took away all the highlights, all 4,539 hours of them, I'm like, what the heck do we do with this? Because there was no way to just, like, flash download everything, and then it would have to be re-uploaded again. So what I ended up doing was over the course of, gosh, wasn't it 2 months recoil? I think it was February when I first heard about it. Yeah, I think it was February. So literally March, April, and then into May because I think people got a little bit upset and they extended the deadline. That was all I was doing. Well, not all, but it was one of the big things I was doing for months. Nice to see you there, Bryce. So Bryce, I think you got some of the files right, and we're still trying to figure out a way to make the other ones. Because there's recoil, like 6 other ones. There's Treebeard, there's Boromir, Elrond, Legolas. These were super fun, and Bryce, I'm gonna be putting all of these in that let's see, I think it's gonna be a not a Google Drive. It's going to be in a Dropbox folder for all of these, and of course, well, we don't forget. Let's not forget Gumladriel there too. Now brace these flats. So here, I don't know if you've been seeing the flats we're doing, but it's pretty crazy. Check this out. So here's our Lord of the Rings tarot deck, such as it is. 1 second. There we go. This is just the Lord of the Rings stuff right here. Yeah, that is just the Lord of the Rings ones that we've done here. Treebeard. We've got a little bit of Saruman, Uruk-hai, Dunlin, Shire. I thought I had already. Oh, this is that's one of our Oriental one. That doesn't go in there. We've got Rivendell. We got all kinds of. Look at that, Prince Imrahil. Two different Eowyn's here. We got a Theoden. Oh, there's our other Eowyn right there. And then you think that's all there is, huh? You think that's all there is? Oh no, there is much more. Yeah, look at all of these right here. Look at that, and you think that is all. You say, well, there can't possibly be more than that. What could there possibly be? Oh, wait a minute. How about all of these Arthurian ones here? Yeah, that's oh, and now we're working on Battlestar Galactica ones. So all of these, pretty much the only way you're going to be able to get these files is on the Patreon page. All these flats that I've been working on here. And again, we keep making more and more and more. Oh, also, our Trench Crusade ones. Let's not forget those. Yep, our Trench Crusade ones. And of course, again, this was last night's stream. Pair of Schmaladriels. And look at this, Bryce. We're also printing out frames. Yeah, we've actually this was last night and today. I was printing out frames for our flats. Now, Bryce, you could maybe answer this. I mean, does anybody else literally include frames with their flats? Because I don't think so, right? Oh, gee, holy smokes, recoil. Geez, recoil. Thanks. Appreciate that. And of course, right here, this is all about Mom. So, geez, Recoil, thank you so much. Actually, Recoil, we should do this. We got to do this. We have to do this for Mom. Right there, a little bit of tribute for Mom. So, geez, Recoil, thanks a bunch. I mean, I just remember it was like a week and a half ago, right? We were trying to figure out a whole different paradigm, and it's just bizarre how that all shifted. So again, everybody, hey Recoil, you might want to actually Recoil. Why don't you share some of your basing stuff, because it's not going to be tomorrow or even next week. You are going to be getting back into your basing stuff and on the fabulous broadcasts again. So why don't you post some of that right there? All right, thanks. Hey Moose, appreciate you being here. Well, we're going to be doing this again tomorrow. Well, later today. Later today we will be doing this. So Bryce, actually, hey Bryce, I don't know if you want to give it away. Yeah, I know there might be a little bit of secrecy that you want to maintain with that, but if you wanted to post your uh, your super secret Golden Demon project there, so Recoil, thanks a bunch. That actually Recoil, that is a huge help. And you know exactly why. You know exactly where it's a whole bunch of that's going to. Cause I was thinking, well, let me see if we could like sell off a bunch of the flats or some of the paintings before Adepticon, then we could get some of these generation systems. Yeah, okay, Bryce. I kind of thought you wanted to keep that under the hat, so to speak. But Bryce, if there's other stuff you wanted to show, oh hey, what about your ReaperCon stuff? Oh, and Bryce, why don't do you have any pictures of the gummy bear trophies? Yes. So for all the folks again, and we're just trying to get these into a Dropbox folder. Oh, that's not you. We're trying to get all of these into a Dropbox folder so that people can enjoy these. And again, when it gets to be around October, we these are going to be kind of a tradition here. Late October, we're going to be doing gummy bears. Oh, hey Bryce, you saw this, right? You saw this right here. This is the new Kathy figure that I did in Eldritch Foundry, and now Kathy is the fifth Hobbit, the tenth unknown member of the Fellowship, right there. Yeah. So yeah, this is Mel. This is her basically kind of like the longest running D&D character that she ever played right here. We're talking like 14, 15 years or something of playing that. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Thanks, Grand Oracle. So again, again, Rico, thank you so much because that does well. That solves it. Also, it also comes just in time, Recoil, because well, I was pretty much run dry on whatchamacallit. Oh, Sky Reels. Yeah, it done cleaned me out on the latest batch of trying to learn stuff. And well, now that they've changed the entire interface, right, Recoil, I project I'm going to lose a lot of credits to just like trying to figure out what does what again. Because I had gotten pretty efficient recoil. I was using like minimal credits to get way more stuff. It must have sensed it. It must have sensed. That's it, recoil. It must have sensed it. Or either that or the spies of Big Acrylic knew. Yeah, I don't know, Grand Oracle. You think it was the spies of Big Acrylic, maybe? Yeah, geez, Rico, that is a big, big, big deal right there. For sure. Also, too, because, well, Twitch stuff is like we've been talking about has been less because when there was all those streams that we missed back in the summer when all that weird stuff was going on. It's boy, recoil. It's hard to believe. I mean, yes, it is towards the end of the year here, but there's still like let me see, an entire month and a half left of this year. It's been a full year. I'm not sure what it's been full of, recoil. Some people might have a word for that. Yeah, I think there's an expression for what this year has been full of. I will let people interject themselves whatever they might want to put in there as far as their opinions on the how this year has been. So Bryce, initially, let's go back to the beginning here. Let's go back to the beginning. If I can get these in my hand. So these were some designs that I made years and years and years ago, and I brought them into GPT, and it actually made the flats. It actually look at this. See the little drill hole right there? It actually made the files. It actually made STL files of these, and we thought, wow, this is fantastic. We can do whatever we want. And then all of a sudden, it couldn't make the STLs. And Camda, you tried, right? Actually, I think you tried too, right, Grand Oracle? All of a sudden, it couldn't make them anymore. And we're thinking, what the heck are we doing? How are we going to be able to do this? Now, I don't know how to do Meshy. I don't know how to do Blender. Well, I don't have. I can. Man, that's what we're going to do, Recoil. I am going to get Meshy to see if there's a way to do these now in Meshy. But okay, this right here, um, this is done in image to stl.com, Brace. Image to STL. And you can see here I inverted it. So this is where all the darks are recessed. This is where all the darks come forward. So it's the same exact file, it's just done two different ways. Now, check this out. Where's my painting here? That's not the painting. I took this and I went into GPT and I said, okay, do a height map of this or an orthographic. That's another thing. Uh, recoil is that I don't know if orthographic is the same thing. It seems like they're interchangeable terms. I don't know. But I took this and I made a bas relief of this. So I've actually printed out, uh, it was a much larger thing on the FDM, but I actually printed out a flat of one of my paintings. So you can take any image, Bryce, like this, as long as you have a good clean image there, and then you can turn this into a flat in something like, again, image to stl.com. It's a free site, but actually now recoil, well, that's also too recoil. What's the other thing? What's the other part of this structure that we need to upgrade? Suno. Yeah, because I don't know if you heard it in the Cylon song there, recoil, but even though there was clearly marked, it still sang part of the instructions. Now you don't notice it because it sounds like it's just part of the song. It really sounds like it belongs there. That was just a lucky accident, but I believe that is something that I could take out with the whatever the is it Pro or something recoil. I think that's the one. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, look at where'd they go? And of course, some fabulous cobalt teal bluish, right, Doji? No problem there, recoil. And again, the ironically enough, I think the one that's marked as Echo of the Maker's video is not the one I'm going to use initially for the first one. It's going to be the other one. So Doji, why don't you share? Why don't you share your link in the chat there so people can see more fabulous oil painted stuff? So Bryce, I actually have a tutorial series on the Patreon page about making the flats. It changes pretty much every single episode because what worked before then doesn't work. But now we are going to, thanks to Recoil, we're going to try and dive into some meshy, yeah, words. Because the other thing it'll do, Bryce, is it will create, what are those called, Grand Oracle? Scripts? So there's things like meshy. Now I tried Triad or Tripodo or whatever the heck that one's called. That seemed to be a very junky version of meshy. Yeah, oof, that was kind of nasty. So I kind of gave up on that one. Meshy does kind of seem to be the one, so we'll just kind of explore that further. It's probably Meshy. Now Blender is obviously that's the. I actually also have Blender, and it'll do scripts for Blender. Now, Camda, didn't you say that some of those scripts that it did, or was it you, Grand Oracle, that some of those scripts that it did weren't really legitimate? Which would not surprise me in the least, given how I've had GPT say, oh, look, here's a rock solid script for Suno, only to go, that is not a solid script for Suno. So Camda, it's unfortunately it's not a free site, so I could only try it twice. I didn't try the highest quality level Camda because that was 7 credits and it only gives you 10. So I did a couple of fours. So that's the other thing too with this Eldritch Foundry stuff. Now that I've sculpted the entire fellowship, what would be nice is to be able to go into Blender and then kind of fix up some things or add things or whatever or alter things. So yeah, Camda, I sent you a little message about that. And again, unfortunately, it's not like image to STL, where image to STL, you could use it infinite. You could do, if you want to do hundreds of whatever in that, you could do hundreds of whatevers. I'm assuming, I believe that the hats are black, right? Your French officers' hats are black. I I got a whole bunch of folks that can give me the confirmation on that. Are the officers' hats for the French black? I know, blue coats, white trousers, black boots, but I'm not so sure. Except actually for some of the French cav. Some of the French cav, I think, did have green uniforms. Okay, so they're okay. That's good. I figured Grand Oracle. I just wanted to double check. So thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate it. I know I'm gonna. Sorry, I've been bombarding everybody with questions here. I just figured. And again, we're gonna. Well, wait a minute. We're gonna treat these guys as Austrians here. So white coats, and obviously, I don't know if that's necessarily. It's sort of like part Nurgle, part Zinj. And then, of course, the Hussars wild cards, right, Grand Oracle? Now, I don't know if did you see Titan Forge for this month, Grand Oracle? That might also be another, oh gosh, what would you call it? Another army painting series? Because, yeah, imagine an entire army painting series with a whole bunch of bear cavalry. And again, we're not talking about naked Frenchmen on horses or something like that. We're talking about actual bears, and they are hussars. Actually, hey Grand Oracle, you get to do an autocorrect monster there, because I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be brown. So yep, you got yourself an autocorrect monster, Grand Oracle. Let me get some of this darker stuff going in here. Yeah, I looked at that and I'm like, woof, that sounds like an autocorrect monster. That's a fool. We ain't gonna do nothing with that. But we are going to. Oh, speaking of which, oh hey, recoil. I think this might be the first thing we bring into Meshi. See if we can make like a bust out of it or something. Yes, indeed. Now, actually, I guess I'll have to try and create some multi-views out of this. Now, again, that's the autocorrect monster. So if he shall we say alters your post from what you intended it to be, like what happened to Grand Oracle, well, he's one of those dark creatures, right? So you want to expose him to the light of day. So you can take vengeance on the autocorrect monster by exposing him to the light of day. Rico, it just sounds right because then the keyboard, right, would be the end of the bus. It's almost kind of a natural thing. But what I noticed, and this was part of a conversation with GPT, it says that Meshi prefers orthographic representations of potential figures. So what I'll do is I'll bring that into GPT, wipe out the backdrop, do orthographics of that, and then bring that into Meshi and see what happens. No idea what would happen, but we'll try it, right? Recoil, we'll see what happens. And of course, Recoil, the other part of this equation is that you are going to create a 47-hour day and a 12-day work week. That is that another that's another part of the we'll put the 12 days into 12 days of Christmas. Every week is 12 days. That should give us sufficient time to figure out Meshi on top of the other stuff. But I mean, all kidding aside, the reason I haven't been able to do more with that is there's not enough credits. Even if you try to save up, apparently you can't save up your free ones. I tried saving up credits for like a month in Meshi to try and do one export of an STL just to see what happens. Even on our flats, it's like, nope, nope, you only get like 10 or whatever the heck it is. So even if you don't do anything with them, you just lose them. It's like, oh, that's how we're playing that game. Great to see you there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. And of course, Inganes, you know what you got to do. You got to share some links in the chat. Everybody, give Inganes a follow, because guess what? Just like Camda, Inganes also paints with the oils. Oils are best. Oils are bestest medium, right, Inganes? I'm going to go gold on me trim here. So, well, not so much on that side where the green is taken over, but at least over here we are. Also, over here and come on. There we go. Well, Mars Yellow Deep for right now. Everybody check out that Insta link that Inganes just shared. And again, everybody please give Inganes a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. Come on, a little more. There we are. There you go. Where me? Ah, there you are. This is probably one of our blue ones, but checking this. That gets some of our light here. The oracle of the flashlight saith. Oh yeah, I can see it bouncing off of that right there. All right, good to know. Because I was about to make that lighter, and that is not something I want to do. I want to go this way. I'm going to do this right here. I thought it was out of reach, but apparently it's just in reach. And of course, later today on our stream, what are we going to be covering? We are going to be covering all kinds of college football reaction. Actually, the Bryce, BYU, given all the wackiness that's going on in every conference, it seems, except for the Big Ten, I think BYU still has a chance, right, to get at least into the Big 12 championship game. I think so. And of course, we will cover it all on the Wampleville Sports Network because this is the most sacred time of year, the college football season. And of course, you saw the APCC, and we cover the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards, everybody makes the playoffs. Not only can players, because the portal is open during the game, not only can players change sidelines as long as you got a uniform. Now, at halftime, the coaches can change teams. It's an exciting new brand of college football. And again, we cover it all here on the Wampleville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Nice to see you there, Velfira. Actually, Velfira, the only thing that's better than a double helping or double shot of chocolate magic shell is a triple shot. Um, Actually, well, you could go better than a triple shot. That'd be a quadruple shot, Velfira. So Velfira, it is actually yesterday. Oh, and of course, get this, Velfira, you'll love this. So the garden, right, gets absolutely clobbered with like an inch and a half of snow, and then 25 degrees. Of course, it was almost 70 today, Velfira. Yeah, it was almost 70 degrees. I'm looking in that the temperature in the kitchen, like how the heck is it 73 degrees in here? It was 69 degrees just the night before. Yeah, that's because it was almost 70 degrees outside. See you later there, Doji. See you later. Well, have a good. Oh, you already had your bakery run, right, Doji? How you doing there, Sea Dragon? I don't know if I don't think it got quite as warm up by you. Now I was told that in Texas it was some like 85 degrees, something stupid like that. Of course, Camden and Rico are like hold our beer. It's like 200 degrees here, and that's Celsius. So Bryce, oh, let me see here. Because, well, nope, that is last week's schedule. Where the heck? Actually, that, hey, Valfera, did you see what happened tonight to Louisville? Yeah, did you see what happened to Louisville? So where's their, okay, who is, ah, is that, are they playing in Provo there? So, I mean, well, I'm not going to jinx nothing there, Bryce. I'm not going to jinx it. I will keep my mouth shut because everything's been happening this year in college football, so I'm not saying nothing. I'm glad it was fantastic there, Doji. I have to start making cookies, so most likely Sunday, I guess. Got to go get some more ingredients there and start making the ugly dough cookies. Yes, we're gonna make ugly dough cookies because we 3D printed those cookie cutters. So you had 65 up there, Sea Drag. We had 67 here. So that's crazy talk. After again, it was mid 20s here for at least 2 days. And then all of a sudden, boom. Now, I don't know if that's messing with your allergies there, Velfira, the up and down, or is that really more of a is that more of a spring phenomenon for you? So we got now some of our that's kind of our ambient lighting on that. Now this over here, that's gonna have to be red, right? That little that thing there, that's got to be red. I'm pretty sure. Again for our French. Oh, and then there's this. But like you were saying earlier, right, Grand Oracle, it's just like slap some OSO on it and color scheme doesn't matter. It ain't gonna matter the least bit. So yeah, they was at the step. Well, it was a 5 mile hike to the post office, and then I added about a mile and a half on top of that. I'm like, I'm out here. I'm just going to the store. So we turned that into quite the odyssey. Hmm. Let me see if I can't sneak. Okay, that yellow on there was less helpful. We're going to try and sneak some of this over here onto his coat. Not necessarily green, not necessarily blue either. It's a little bit of an ultramarine blue glaze. Now the sash, I'm going to go with red on the sash just because we kind of need a little something different here. We're going to do this. Let's break that down some more. Valfira, I mean, that kind of just tells you how crazy the season is when, if that was a home game, you might have had Clemson fans tearing down goalposts. I mean, I knew that Clemson was not having a good season. I forgot they were actually underwater, Valfera. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, they had to win this game just for bowl eligibility, Valfera. If they lost this game, Dabo was looking at some hurt. Well, he was looking at pitchforks. That's what he was looking at. He was looking at some serious pitchforks there. Valfair, what is it that all the kids have now? They got those skateboards and scooters that are like electric powered now or something. Is that what all the cool kids have? So we gotta figure out. So we got all these bats down in here. We will have to get some other colorations in there. I'm gonna not green. Ooh, well, or Naples yellow. Now here's a combo we haven't had before: the Naples yellow and Egyptian violet. Now that's an interesting gray. I like that gray. That kind of almost has a bit of a Nurgle-esque look to it also. So yeah, Velfair. Actually, oh, hey Velfair, I think I sent you a picture of this, but it wasn't primed. So this is just primer on here. But yeah, this is a printed frame. Now I might also try to put a hanger hole back there. These, you can see it's not the most thick thing in the world. I might make a thicker version of this, but I just wasn't sure it was going to work, and could I size it correctly? So it took a few iterations before we had it sized correctly, but I do think, and actually Velfera, that might just make that could be the holder we were looking for. Yes, Velfera, I just glue the stupid thing into the frame and then paint it. Yes, I can paint that and the frame all in one. That's sounds like a better plan, right? Than spending a bunch of time to make like a special holder for it. So we'll see if that works. Now again, these are from Signum Games. Sadly, I did not get a chance to put my little reference image up in here, so we still got Galadriel on the corners. Again, I thought I was going to be starting this stream at about 11. Then it's like stuff happened. Like, okay, well now it's going to be about 11:30, and then right at about 11:40, all heck breaks loose, and it's like next thing you know, I'm getting messages from Landress. Is like, did you die? What's going on? And I'm like, no, not dead yet, but lots of stuff going on. That's for sure. So I don't know if you got. I know it wasn't going to be a big amount of the crew there, Landrast, but hello to everybody at Shea Landrast or Casa Landrast. Either way. I got to get me some. Oh, that's a little too light there. That's okay. We can come back and darken that down. There's way more of these bats than I thought. I mean, there's like bats everywhere. I thought there was these couple, and maybe one over here. No, there's one, two, three. There's another little idiot down here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that I can see. Now, of course, it's kind of like we have one big game in each time slot there, Velfera. I'm not sure which is the, well, the Bama Georgia game. That's a big one there. So surface tension, how you doing? And a happy Saturday to you. So surface tension, was there was something, there was another, yeah, that image to stl.com. I was able to use that to fashion the frame because I wasn't quite sure how in the world I was going to do it. By the way, I am liking that yellowish color in there. And of course, surface tension also paints with the oil paint. So surface tension, why don't you share that Mastodon link there so that folks can check out all the oil painted goodness. Now, if anybody has any inside knowledge on Meshi, as far as just like early ways of using it, just fill me in so we can maybe get a little bit quicker start. But that might be yet another, either another new video series, or it'll just be part of our sculpting workshop. I don't know. It depends on how successful we are with that. if it is successful, who knows, you might be seeing some videos with that too. I better check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Again, fabulous oil painted miniatures. These figures that we'll be painting today and tomorrow, these are from Signum Games. I believe this was maybe their latest Kickstarter, whatever it was. What are we doing over here with this? Is that wings over there, or is that, I guess that's part of his cape? It's a mystery. Whoops, that was way too much of our light there. Oh, here's I think we got like a couple. I think we got 3 of these guys. We have a bunch of these, and again, we're gonna treat these as Austrians here, and then these are just basically regular folks with the plague mask on. Yeah, Velfira, because well, I'm hoping that might be another avenue for creating, shall we say, maybe more usable STL files for the flats, and then possibly a way to be a force multiplier for Eldritch Foundry stuff. It's one that I've been trying to mess around with for several months, like 6, 7 months. But as I was saying earlier, unfortunately, you can never save up your free credits, and there's not enough of those in the monthly allotment to do a single export. So it's like I have no idea if it can do anything. There's so many features that it blocks that I could not tell, and I wasn't. It's like if you're not gonna let me see what I can do with this, you're not gonna get any money from me. And it basically was not allowing me to see what I needed to see to pull the trigger on that. So, gold buttons. Do the buttons here. Let's do these buttons. That's too light up there. Nope, not doing that. Need to get some lighter reds on some of this too. Now that's starting to sit up nicely there. What we're going to be doing with this is over the top. Actually, I'm going to do it now. I am going to put some new floral green out there though. And again, we are using the Paul Rubens opera colors. Why they call them that, I have no idea. Other than that, maybe they're noisy. That's the only reason I can think of. I will take maybe this guy here. Over here. Come on. Fine. We'll put a little thinner in there. And now some of our phthalo in that as well. And that will... it's not really going to do a value change. What it's going to do is intensify that color a little bit, because now we've got this super translucent color now sitting on top of that lighter stuff. Now, gosh, what was it, that Necron series? We really did a bunch of this. Oh, yeah, we were doing it with the interference green mixed in also. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. Thanks, Surface Tension. So, yeah, we've... again, I'll try to... now that we're kind of getting an idea of what the heck is going on with these, we'll kind of do a bit of a batch of them tomorrow. It's I'm not sure if it would actually be a Saturday challenge type situation, but in the neighborhood. What are we doing here? Yeah, that's got to get the same deal. Same deal here. Same deal. This is the advantage of these alkids. I'm just saying. What I'm doing right now, I would have had to wait at least another hour to 90 minutes to do this. I wouldn't even thought about doing what I just did here with this kind of little bit of a almost overbrush glaze here. Wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Actually, now surface tension. Oh gosh, the camels that you printed there. I still have to. I still got to try and do some of those nativity printouts here. Hmm. Surface. You don't think surface? Sorry, Valfera, that Ukla could possibly throw a massive monkey wrench into everything and somehow beat Ohio State, like what they did to Penn State? Somehow I'm thinking that Ohio State's not going to get caught by surprise, but you never know. Oh, looky there, looky there. We're getting some nice stuff going on with these crazy little bats here. And hopefully you can get caught up there. Surface tension. And do a bit more of that. There we go. Also here, start working on more of these little batses down here as well. We might have to chuck some more dark onto these guys. This is mostly Naples yellow. Yeah, mostly Naples yellow at this point. Yeah, all these little bats here floating around in amongst all this smoke. I think it's really more smoke or mist as opposed to like a spell effect. I'm trying to make that the spell effect up there. More like a soul here. Gotta let the green be the. We gotta do something with this. Something with it. Let me try this. And kind of move that off of the green. Now we got this crazy kind of nurgly gray that we made. Shove that in there. Yeah, alright. Alright. Yeah, today was so busy with filming and everything else. I never even got a chance to take the next four. They are Arthurian. Yeah, the next four Arthurians off of the build plate. Those have been sitting on there now for about over 24 hours. Never got a chance to touch those. But success with the frames, that was important on multiple levels because I think we kind of killed two burns with one print. Because I think those make pretty darn good holders for while we're painting. Let me do this here. Let me bring in more of our light there. This bat's got none of that. Alright, we'll get him some of this skin, this kind of yellowish gray. Now let's work some of that into his wings here. That is more of our smoke slash mist or whatever. This one, is this the one? Yeah, so this one, I think there's a couple of these that have again, it's kind of, you got the tongues here, so they kind of have this Nurgle vibe to them. Ish. You know what? Here, I'm going to make... no, see, that's the green kind of influencing this. That is the green influencing that. We work this in here. Whoops, that's getting on that other wing. We don't need it there. Also, too, yeah, the pants here. We gotta get those more towards a white. Let me try to use this. We're breaking it down. It is not. It is most definitely not straight up white. That's for sure. I'm gonna get just a little bit of more light on this. Maybe the boot could have a little polish to it, I suppose. Surface tension. Do you remember? It was one of our named Nazgul, and it was the Shadow Lord, and that was the Navarrete Studios one, and it was basically that giant kind of cloud of smoke, and we kind of did it with that sort of violet, grayish tone. That one was a beast because it also weighed a ton because of all that smoke effect. I don't know if you remember the Queen of Cheetos. That was that creature caster figure that we did. Valfera probably remembers the Queen of Cheetos. Grand Oracle probably does. Where the fire slash smoke effect or whatever basically kind of looked like giant Cheetos. And I don't mean a little, I mean like I practically felt like my fingers were gonna have the orange stains on them. That's how much like Cheetos they looked. There we are. There's our lighter red around here. We can go even lighter now. I'm just trying to work on a little mid-tone. Now here, there we go. On that sash, we're gonna go boom. That is in shadow from his head, so I think we are safe to get again some of that green there, or some of that red there. Yeah. So the smoked Cheetos, right, Valfred? I figured that you and Grant Orica would go. Oh my gosh, that's a callback to yesteryear, but that was a thing. And again, still, there's not going to be any armored wolf. Definitely not Saturday. Definitely not Monday. Probably not even Thursday of next week. Maybe next weekend we'll have an armored wolf again. Yeah, let me see. It is way, way, way back. Let me see if I can scroll on up to that. Where's their creature caster stuff here? Whoop, is it? Oh, there it is. There it is. See, look at the Cheetos. There's the Cheetos right there. Yeah. Actually, there was an. This was like. Nope, not him. Not him. Oh, that was the eyeball and teeth monster right there. Yeah. Now, that was when we had that was when we were doing the pre-glaze stuff. Yeah, Velfer, they are at Monte San Savino now. So that was a little bit of a hike for him. Gotta say, that was a bit of a journey. First to Frankfurt, and then down to Florence, and then wherever the heck MSS is. Don't know where that is right now. Now I saw a whole lot of scenes again from Florence there. Come on, there we are. Ah, we are. of that light over here. And we're doing this up here. Yep. Okay, now I'm gonna do something a bit darker here. I'm gonna take that violet, mix it with this. I know he brought the one figure that he had at Gen Con, and then I think at Dragon Con. He brought that. He made some more modifications to it. He was wanting to do other stuff, but well, kind of things got uh, the situation with his mom and everything like that. That was definitely being a big distraction. So we'll see how things play out when they get back. Hopefully, again, this is a nice little respite from all of that. I think things were maybe starting to at least stabilize. They weren't really improving, but they were a little bit less unstable than they were in the previous week before that. That is getting a little too late for our black chapeau there, so we're gonna take this and start mixing some of that there. I'm gonna take some of that now. Whoops, again, that's more than we was looking for, so we're gonna back off of that. There we are. So Camden, what were we calling it? Was it Radiant Violet Phthalo Shade or something like that? What the heck were we calling that? What was our brand new version of Radiant Violet? Oh, we have Radiant Cobalt now. That's it. Yeah, that's what's on the brush right now is Radiant Cobalt. Oh, that's right. It was Radiant Violet Green Shade. That's it. I think that's what it was because we took this. No, we took our Radiant Violet, our Deep Radiant Violet, and we mixed it with Phthalo Green, and that was a wild gray color for sure. That was an absolutely wild gray color. That can't be too light. Just yeah, I gotta get rid of that little bit of yellow that's down there. I don't think we want that. Now, let me see this. Let's see. This is gonna be pretty darn light for some of our source setting. Where's my? Ooh, I never did get my drop of thinner sitting on that. Ooh, also drop of thinner here on our not radiant green. All of our not radiants are gonna get that little drop of whatever sitting on them. Here, let's. Unfortunately, the other thing I got to get the store is cough drops because that was the other thing I was searching. I was like scrounging every pocket of every sweatshirt or pair of pants or something like that looking for cough drops. We'll try to get some of those at the store tomorrow. And of course I was, oh gosh, I think it was at least an hour plus of filming before the stream. Again, that's another reason why this is later. Because the filming that I thought was only going to take a half an hour, that took more like an hour and a half to film all that. All right, Denethor, how you doing? Everybody, please check out some linkies that Denethor is going to share for some more fabulous sculpted miniatures. So, Denethor, here was the stream last night. More flats, more Galadriel, more better. And I think you might have seen this. Actually, Bryce, I don't think you saw this. Come on, here we go. So this was, I think this was last Saturday's stream. This is a Loot Studios fig right here. Yeah, that was super fun. And again, there's no brown in there. There's blue, violet, There's Terra Rosa. There's a little bit of yellow in there. There's greens in there. None of that really is brown. And of course, Denethor, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. There's been a lot of advancements when it comes to things like the flats. There has been many improvements made. The amount of stuff as far as the new information being absorbed on a daily basis is getting kind of scary almost. I look at things that I did 2 days ago and I went, huh, wow, that's old fashioned. Sometimes it's just a matter of hours. The rate of change is not just exponential, it's like beyond exponential. So all of the Lord of the Rings stuff, that is all, well, eventually we're going to be live streaming games of our MESBG. When it comes to the larger scale stuff, some of that just gets kind of set aside in case I need it for, okay, Gen Con, there's a large figure category, all right, just chuck that in there. Sometimes they're just kind of saved as, well, sometimes characters in some of our streams, and sometimes they're saved as a little bit of a visual guide for some of our, right, Velfira, some of our film noirs, because that one's a pretty good film noir. So we try to have some of those figures like that, where we do our film noir, and people then can kind of get a chance to understand things like, well, now the luminosity, not just all the stuff with contrast and everything else, but now even that one that you just saw, that bigger one, that was a good little nice demonstration for different ways to achieve luminosity. I bet check out that Discord link that Denethor just shared. Yeah, Surface said, well, remember Green Fairy Studios? And he went there. He went to Gamlin. And he asked, and they said, we could tell you, but then you would never leave this building. We cannot confirm nor deny that you might be just stuffed into a vat of linseed oil or something like that and just broken down. Now, if that were the case and they did shove him in that vat of linseed oil, then that would mean that whatever, I'm not sure exactly what shade of green the Soylent Green paint is, but it would actually be people. Yeah. Oh, see, great minds think alike there, Surface Tension. I didn't see your post until I looked up and I went, oh, yeah, Radiant Colors is people. Yeah, that's how we roll, right, Surface Tension? Because, not every place can be like the ancient Welshlandians. Not everywhere has cadmium gray shade. So Denethor says that the secret ingredient to the radiant colors is the people that ask how it's made. So we have to make sure that people keep asking how it's made, otherwise we're going to run out of radiant colors. So by all means, everybody please ask how it's made. Yeah, it's the caput mortem of light colors, right? Surface tension. Which it's been long enough now. Unfortunately, again, Armored Wolf is not here. Otherwise I would ask him, because there was that one Instagram vid that he sent me about caput mortem, and I forget what the modern day equivalent of caput mortem is, but we got to find out what that is. And just for the sake of having it, we've got to have it. Now, if it actually becomes a viable, helpful colors, so much the better. But just the fact that I want to, during the stream or whatever, say, okay, now it's time to use some Caput Mortem. I wasn't sure if it was a little bit like, say, almost maybe like Asphaltum. I could, whoops, way too light there. Get rid of that. Not what we wanted there. That's colors for a digital age, right? Surface tension, kaput modem. Actually, surface tension, that's happened here a couple of times. Kaput modem, yeah, that's happened more than once. I'll see you later there, Bryce. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry the Armored Wolf wasn't here too. Well, appreciate everything there, Bryce. Thank you so much for being here. And I'll once I've got kind of the final files in there. Ooh, that's it. Recoil. That's the only way. That was how we made these. We made these in Meshi. So that's the other reason why I want to try out Meshi, because then we could maybe make the rest of our gummy bear Lord of the Rings guys. So Lucas has a Kaput Mortem now. Denethor, does it kind of have a little bit of a pigment rundown on that? I think what I'll do now that I've learned some lessons here, Recoil, is I think I will take all the pictures that you made of all the different gummy bears. We'll do not just not a height map, an orthographic. We'll also see if it can do multi-views, and then bring in the multi-views into Meshi, and we should have a better result because it was just guessing what the back of everything should look like. So that will be my first tests in Meshi is Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Yeah, I was hoping, Bryce, that it could be a little bit of a break for him from all of the intensity. I mean, this has been a very intense year for him, from literally start to finish, 24 hours a day. So I'm hoping that this gives him a little bit of a break there. I'm going to get more of our light green here. Then we gotta get some of that on the bats as well. All right, I think we're in that. This too, you know what? Here, I'm just going to do that now. Do I? Okay, good. I have my water here. I will need that. But that base rim there, I gotta get me something darker on that, because I need to see this gray right here. How light is that really? Only one would know. Ooh, okay, yeah. I knew that stuff was relatively, at least light middle tone. Man, that is way lighter than I thought it was. And again, this is why we don't do the white primer. This is why we don't do the black primer, because everything next to the white primer is just going to be like, wow, that's really dark. And vice versa with the black primer. Everything next to that's going to be, man, that is so light. That's why I try to keep the primer stuff as neutral as possible. Not too light, not too dark. Because look at that, that changes everything. And when that gets, not shiny anymore, that's going to change even more. Now, that is not our final blackest black. That's like schmackest, whatever. That doesn't roll off the tongue, but it's not quite blackest black. We've been using the Stuart Semple stuff for that. What's the green stuff world version? Darth Max or Max Star, whatever. Yeah, okay, there we go. That's the green stuff world. There it is, the blackest black. It actually, I think it works a little bit better than the Stuart Semple stuff because you don't really have to thin it down as much. Stuart's simple version is holy smokes. You got to thin that down. All right, yeah, the Denethor. I'll have to look at it because asphaltum is definitely not a an opaque color by any stretch of the imagination. So I'll have to see about that. And I think now, well, we're getting on almost on 2 hours here. Again, 2 hours ago, there was no paint on this guy here. This is from Signum Games. Whatever their new game is, or their new was it their latest Kickstarter thing was, latest Kickstarter campaign. I believe these guys were part of it. And again, there's a whole bunch of stuff. There's even an artillery team because, well, Napoleon, right? Artillery was his thing. Let's do this here. Let's do that, and I'm gonna grab me some of this violet here. And that will go into our whatever little crazy smoke stuff is here. That's for sure, Velfira. Actually, Velfira, what the heck is Vandy playing? I forget who the heck Actually, I don't even see a Vandy on the schedule here. That they wouldn't have a bye, right? Not this late in the season. There is a doomsday scenario for the ACC where they get nobody in the college playoff. I believe if Duke happens to beat Virginia, and actually if Pittsburgh somehow also, that's the other thing, if Pittsburgh kind of upsets Notre Dame there, you do have a possible scenario. It's unlikely, but there is a possible scenario where the ACC does not get anybody into the college football playoffs. That would be a Power 5 conference, but nobody in the playoffs. Did we not say, Velfira? Did we not foretell that these mega conferences would feast on each other? I'm pretty sure teams join the mega conferences to try and make it an easier path to the college playoff, and I think it's kind of been the otherwise. I think it's working in the complete opposite fashion. I think there's a bunch of teams that will never sniff the playoffs now because they're just going to be beating on each other the entire season. I'm trying to lighten that up some more. This is not white here. This is it's a light gray, but it's a not white. It still has some color to it. Where's our back to this lighter gray over here. We haven't done this really yet. I'm going to take some of that Naples yellow. We will take some of our again, that's just the Paul Rubens white there. That's not our fast matte white. Yeah, we got a whole hour before we break out the fast matte white here. Come on, try. I might even try to get some of the same skin tone here that we're maybe putting on some of the bats. Probably go over that with some of our bluish gray. Gonna have to, oops, that ain't right. I'll get rid of that. Wait to see what is happening with this blade over. I think we're pretty well set on that. Yeah, I guess. Now this is the other place. Where's the white again? We'll get that mixed in with this. Definitely gonna make kind of a lemon yellow color out of that. Let's not have that big old chunk of something on there. Let's get rid of that. I don't think that's. Oof. Okay, take a little bit of that paint off of there. Now we're getting places. Thank you so much to Paintwater Somalia who chooses to enter my domain. How about that, Paintwater? How you doing? Everybody please give Paintwater Somalia a follow. So how you doing there, Paintwater? Now Paintwater, I believe all of the Hobbitses are done, right? I think they're all done. Actually, Paintwater, look at this last night. It was double Schmaladriel there. Double Dark Queen Galadriel. More of our flats. And now we have frames for our flats, Paintwater. Look at this. Yes, I got a printable frame for our printable flats. And of course, well, here's some of our other Lord of the Rings themed flats. That's regular Galadriel and our Oath Breakers there. Now, of course, you think that's all we have for Middle Earth? Oh no, I say we have much more for Middle Earth. Look at this here. It's our Middle Earth Tarot deck, and it just keeps on going and going and going and going. Look at that. Now we also have these. We've got a full range of Arthurians. I've got some like 20 of these or whatever. These are all different characters. I even have like the young version of Merlin, the young version of Arthur. There's Mordred. Two versions of Galahad. So there's regular Galahad and then Galahad Ascendant. We got Nimue, Green Knight, Elaine of Astolat, Bedivere. We've got Percival, Uther Pendragon. So they do have a buy. Ellen, Kentucky is no gimme, that's for sure, Velfer. And then here's a whole nother batch. Because again, we don't have enough flats, right? Right, Velfer. We don't have enough flats, so we made even more. Oh, and this is, we haven't even printed out all these designs yet. There's still more of these designs to print out because reasons. Surface tension, we might have enough to tile all of Minas Tirith. So, well, I mean, again, Kentucky has come close to messing up a few seasons there, and one of the things that we've seen that's still part of the learning process for Vandy is, well, how to play as a favorite. It's a very different mindset. So Paintwater, if you want to share some fabulous stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. And everybody please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. Also to Paintwater, I think you did see the new Kathy figure. And since it is the her halfling rogue named Mel, we decided that Mel is the 5th Hobbit and the unheard of 10th member of the Fellowship. So yeah, there were actually 5 hobbits as part of the Fellowship. You just don't hear anything about Mel. Nice to see you there, Crypt Shadow. I hope that you're doing well. So yeah, that is the unknown, the little heard of 5th hobbit and the 10th member of the Fellowship. That is Mel. And again, everybody please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. We need to get a little bit more of that yellow into there. Let's do that on this side here. Some of that up there. More of that over here. There we go. Hmm. You know, I'll roll with some gold on that too. Whatever. Whatevs. That should be gold and not green. Same deal up here. Now these miniatures, these are from Signum Games, and we'll be painting these guys up tomorrow here. We're gonna paint them up as Austrians. We'll give them the white uniforms there. So enjoy that little stroll with the hound there. Surface tension, and of course, we'll see you later today. Have yourself a good one. Now let me see. Is this okay? Oh yeah, we can do that on our bats here. We should probably get that little. Oh, we also have to start thinking about something over here on our this little basing element that we added. Is this? I guess that's what we've been using. Here, let me push it over this way too, so you can see what's going on with this little bat down here. This guy. Let me bring more of this really light stuff over here. Yeah. That's as much of a color change as it is a light and dark sort of thing. Because it's got kind of this dingy yellow look. So everybody please check out that Discord link that Paintwater Sommelier just shared. Give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. And actually, Paintwater, how have those little the league been going there with the would you call those escalation tournaments there, Paintwater? I've never done one of those. I know that's. I don't know if that's right to say it's a common thing with MESBG, but it seems like it's done a lot with MESBG. Is essentially that kind of escalation tournament, 250, then maybe 500 points, then maybe 800 points. Oh, geez, now it's randomized. Now, Paintwater, did you see Printing Goes Ever On? You probably already have these, but Radagast and the Bunny Sleigh. I actually have that printed out. And then, well, obviously a bunch of Bjornings as well, and a bunch of terrain. But I do have the Bunny Sleigh printed out. I did paint remember the old GW Radagast figure? Which just looked like a Warhammer wizard because, you know, he wasn't, the Hobbit movies hadn't been made, so there was no reference for him. So you started at 500 and then you worked all the way up to 1,000, which of course, now I don't know Paintwater if they kind of said, all right, look, we're doing 1,000 points here. You are not. Nobody show up with 1,000 points of halflings, or worse yet, 1,000 points of Wozers or something. Now somebody is. Oh, I think it's Diwali. Somebody is doing Wozers. It was either this month or last month or something. I don't know. Maybe it's next. Oh, I think that was part of their future maybe releases, but I think it's Diwali is doing Wozers. Printing Goes Ever On did them, but they were a little bit difficult to print. They had like big kind of hobbit feet and then really tiny ankles and then big giant bodies on top of that. Because I thought for sure some of the like the October, September, all that kind of stuff was Dull Amroth. Unless that was August, September, but I could have sworn that the September October time frame was Dull Amroth. Now, Paintwater, I mean the Wozers in the book, they were none too pleased. Let's say the Numenorians and stuff like, and they weren't exactly pleased with Gondor and Rohan either. Those folks hadn't exactly distinguished themselves in the treatment of the Wozers, right? We'll keep going with some of this here. Again, that's our lighter green. And again, to appreciate the raid Paintwater. We also continued to work on our Battlestar Galactica ships. 11 of those now? Yeah, 11 of those. It all started here with Galactica Actual. All started with that, and well, it's kept going from there. I mean, yeah, that's not exactly a nice thing to be doing, right, Paintwater? I'm just gonna go here. We'll just do the dark thing first. We'll come back and we'll lighten up the eyes. We're just trying to get some of this darker stuff going here on our bats. Must have dark to show the light anyways, so might as well do that now. I mean, it's much like how book Denethor was very different from movie Denethor. Book Faramir very different from, heck, even book Aragorn is very different from movie Aragorn. So recoil the with those Corsair ships, and again, I'll try and send you pictures. It's just now I've got like a million renderings of the same scene because it kind of and I locked in. Okay, yeah, it's oh great. We'll use your miniature as a reference. I'm like, hey, okay, thank you, finally. And then all of a sudden, it stopped using my miniature as a reference again. So it is, and I was talking to somebody, and they really loved the petulant teenager reference. Yeah, they really enjoyed that. They said, that's pretty much right. But it liked it liked the fact that it could draw on that reference without having to use anything from the films or whatever. So it liked that. But when you see you've seen the Galadriel ones, right? Recoil, it's like, okay, wait a minute. So you were okay doing that, but you literally won't make the sails a certain way because they look too much like those sails. That was what I noticed, Camda. And I don't mean like a subtle. It was kind of like hit you in the face, right? Because that first encounter with Rohan, right, Camda, that goes a little bit differently. Uh, nope, nope, nope. Let's back up to this red. And maybe a smidge down there. I'm gonna go darker. Then we'll see about some more of our lights. Where's I gotta get some of my green in there. Actually, pearline black would have been nifty. Ooh, I'll have to get pearline black out on the palette tomorrow, I think. For those other guys, yeah, I think we'll have to do that. I wonders. Nope, that's too much paint on there. Let's get rid of some of that. Alright, we're getting there. And this is another edge we gotta solidify right there. Okay, yeah. Because these things were just absolutely getting lost here. Also, these should probably be darker. I thought for it first came to, I thought I was just kind of imagining that. I'm like, okay, he's slightly different, but it's like, well, no, the tree men are very different. Like Quickbeam basically lives in a house, and Quickbeam just kind of he like points at stuff and laughs. I think that was, I mean, people would almost say, was he Tom Bombadil or something like that? The tree version of Tom Bombadil. Yeah, Cam did. Now I kind of had the advantage. Well, actually, I still haven't read the books. I still have not actually read the books yet, which is hilarious. Yes, as I always say, yeah, here it is. The Walking Silmarillion has not read the books yet. You know what? I'm gonna darken that down even more. I'm just gonna take this to chuck over the top of that. A little bit of blending there. Now let's get some dark in our little bats. We've been doing a lot of middle tone, a lot of lighter stuff. We're gonna start going the other way here, putting some darks into these guys, like some real hefty darks here. Well, great minds really do think alike, right, Paintwater? And again, everybody check out that. That was a Discord link, right, Paintwater, that you shared? Yeah. Everybody check out that Discord link that Paintwater shared. Now, it could, a big part of that could be his person, as in the actor's personality, was definitely much more of the not a whole lot of bravado. That was not the actor's way. That was not his thing at all. So he was probably, bringing a little bit of that to the role on top of maybe what it was that Peter Jackson wanted him to do. I'm going to make that darker. You know what? I think that's better. Yeah, making that darker was the way to go. And again, 2 hours and 9 minutes ago, this guy had no paint on him at all. Everything that we've done here is all done in the last couple of hours. Trying to give him his other eye. There we go.
Who enters my domain?
Now that's true paint water. That is for sure. How's about we welcome in Jinx, because Jinx decided to enter our domain. Yes, Jinx enters our domain. Who is it? Oh, that'd be Jinx that enters our domain. Everybody please give Jinx Art a follow. So Jinx, I hope that you're doing well. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do so. We're working with the oil paints here. 1 second. That's more like it. Wrong scene. We are painting up some crazy figures here from Signum Games. Basically, Napoleonics mixed with some kind of wild, chaosy fantasy type stuff here. So yeah, that's we started painting this guy just 2 hours 11 minutes ago. And again, Jinx, you want to post something in the chat? Please go ahead. Last night on stream was this, more of our fabulous flats. We've been doing a bunch of these. This is one of our Halloween ones, and then actually we did not one but two Barradur flats in another stream. Now here's a frame that I've actually printed out. Did that today as a bit of a test. So there's some Barradur action right there. And here, let me get last Saturday. And I'm pretty sure this was last Saturday. Yeah, this was our Saturday stream here. It's a Loot Studios figure right there. Had some fun with a little touch of OSL, and again, using the oil paints on this. Same oil paints as what you see here. Now, Kim, to check this out, I think you can see this is a warmer green than what you got here. So this is more just radiant green and phthalo. This is one where we interjected some of the yellow in there. Oh gosh, I think it was some of the Windsor yellow and such. Now again, everybody please give Jinxed Art a follow. And of course, well, we also painted our fabulous Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears, which now we might be able to complete the rest of the collection, I think. I think we got a shot for doing that. And, oh, looky here, Eldritch Foundry. We've been doing lots of stuff in Eldritch Foundry here. We created a new Kathy miniature there. That is Mel. That's a halfling rogue that she played. Now, here's the more true scale version of that right there. How you doing there, Real Brush Guy? Nice to see you there, Chiron. And everybody, please give Real Brush Guy a follow. So, Real Brush Guy, why don't you post some stuff in there too? And again, well, there's gonna be we might be painting flats for a little while because, and this is just one set. So this is our Lord of the Rings set here. Where's our? There we go. That's one of my favorites right there. The Lands of Rune, Harad, Umbar. Respect the Umbar. And a little Treebeard there. Getting into Moria. Now to Isengard with Saruman. We got Dunlin. We also have, oh, look at that. We've got some Uruk-hai there. Some fabulous Uruk-hai. The Shire. Some Gandalf. Some Rivendell. Arwen. We got Aragorn, Prince Imrahil, Minas Tirith, and now we've got a couple of. There's our second Eowyn right there, so as Durnhelm. But wait, there's even more. Look at this here. We've got a whole batch of these Japanese flavored ones that we've been doing. So like this one here, these are irises. I think this was our chrysanthemums there. And then this was a like a triptych here with 3 different moons. This is fall, spring, and winter, I think, moons right there. And this one has a winter theme, so you've got the pine needles, and also I think what else was in there too. And this was a fun dragon one that I made. Oh, and this was a firefly. Yeah, those extra little fireflies there. And you would think that's all. You'd think there can't possibly be a whole nother set of, oh, I don't know, Arthurians. Yes, and I've got 4 more of these that printed up yesterday. I still got to take those off of the plate. We even have a young Merlin. We've got, there's Mordred and Morgan Le Fay. We have 2 different versions of Galahad. So yes, we've got a full collection of characters there. And of course, those are going to be available on the Patreon page as STL files. Yes, indeed. And oh, and again, this is something I was just working on in the last 24 hours. Was creating frames for these, and you can see there's a nice little bit of edge there, and then we got some extra space here, right, for the whole visual thing. This bottom one has to be thicker because if it's the same width as these, the visual thing is that ends up looking too small. So it's kind of like the columns in the Parthenon, where they're like literally thicker at the top than they are at the bottom to avoid that weird visual distortion. And again, Brush Guy, you want to share some stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. I know you got some older stuff there, Brush Guy. Why don't you post some of the older stuff? That would be fine. That's okay. And again, Jinx, I hope that the stream was fabulous. I'm sure it was. And again, everybody please give Jinxed Art a follow. And again, all this stuff is done with oils. Where's our Trench Crusade? Here it is. Yes. We've also been doing Trench Crusade theme flats, also with the oils. You can see we used our fabulous homemade metallic oil paint. Where'd you go? Yeah. So this is our homemade metallic oil paint that we used in this section right here. Oh, and there's more. It's hard to believe that less than 7 weeks ago I'd never painted a single flat in my entire life. I'd only seen 2 of them. Dark here. Much darker down in there. Everybody check out that Discord link that Real Brush Guy just posted. So Real Brush Guy, I would imagine that the new job is also precluded streaming there too. And you know, Real Brush Guy, I'm just thinking the irony of that because for how many months, no, years, you were trying to get the stupid internet right. You get the internet the way you need it to be, and it's like, oh, there's a new job, so no more streaming, at least for the time being. That's kind of how it works, right, Real Brush Guy? So Jinx was working on a tore up bust from Kaha. And again, if you want to share any of that, please go ahead and do that, Jinx. And again, everybody, please give Jinx Art a follow. Yes, indeed. It's in the long ago times, 5 years ago, when I first started streaming. Was that around when you first started streaming too, there, Jinx? It's been long enough now that I don't remember. It is, I was hoping that maybe at some point Drax might be able to start streaming again, but I don't think that's going to happen. You know, I'm hoping that has made things just a little bit easier there, Brush Guy. You know, not like I say, not quite maybe as much stress there. So again, everybody please give Real Brush Guy, Paintwater Sommelier, Jinx Art, do those follows. So what are we at? So we are 2 hours, 20 minutes in, again, on something that had Zippo, as in none, not a zilch paint on it. Looks a little bit different now. 8 years stream anniversary for Jinxed. So everybody please give a big follow there to Jinxed. It's interesting how much the landscape has changed, right, Jinxed, in those 8 years? I mean, it's kind of changed a lot in the last 8 months, but it certainly has changed a bunch in your time here. Yeah, so Jinx is kind of like the Cthulhu of streaming there. One of the elder gods. You know what? Let me get some of this lighter stuff on the top here. I guess, Jinx, did you ever imagine you would be doing the Twitch streaming thing for this long? Not a whole lot of folks last that long. Some people don't last 8 weeks, much less 8 years. And again, we are what, not, actually now over 5.5 years in. Yeah, little over 5.5 years of streaming, which is kind of crazy to think about, right, Valfira? I just remember, and of course, well, and you were remember you were streaming and you were still trying to get art ready for shows and everything. Those would be some chaotic times there, where you were trying to again roll out some fabulous art for shows while also streaming. Where's my? Let's see what the Grand Oracle of the Flashlight suggests here for. So some of it does reach down. Oh yeah, okay. So it does reach down. That's all right. That's fine. We'll do that now. We shall get some of this green, some of that green, and a little bit of that, and we'll start migrating that down to here. Come on. Not a ton, but we need at least something. And actually, according to that, it kind of made all the way down to the ground here. Again, according to the Oracle of the Flashlight. Okay, everybody please give Jinxed Art a follow, especially, I mean, I don't know how long Twitch has been around. Maybe 10 years or something like that. It's weird to think it's actually been that long. I believe it was 2012 or 2013 when I first, I think it might have been 2012 when I first started doing YouTube. I think I could swear it was, say, 2015, 2016, I was doing Facebook Live. But talk about a callback to the past. That was a while ago. So Jinx has got a show going on right now. Jinx, actually, if you want to share any links to, say, the gallery or whatevs, yeah, do that, Jinx. Definitely do that. Now, Jinx, do you still have the tiny sketchbook? And by tiny sketchbook, I mean, I'm pretty sure if you opened up the sketchbook, it was like, if you folded this in half, that was the size of the tiny sketchbook. And if that is the case, how many tiny sketchbooks have you gone through over 8 years? Because it seemed like just about every stream there was one or two entries in the tiny sketchbook that happened. Let me try to roll in. That's going to be tough to get that one. Try to this other side maybe. So everybody check out that link to hivegallery.com again right now at this very moment as we stream. Gallery's probably closed right now, given that it's, well, it's probably a little after midnight there. It's 2:19 in the morning here. We'll check out that transparent effect there that Real Brush Guy just posted. That is an Instagram link. Go check that out. And again, please give Real Brush Guy a follow. Real Brush Guy, hopefully, again, it's glad that the job is going great, but hopefully there does come a point where you get a chance to maybe do a little bit of a little bit of streaming again. Well, actually, just here's hoping just for a little bit of painting again, and then back to the streaming. So it started in 2019, 3 volumes ago. But yes, the tiny sketchbook. Yes, that's we have the Book of Wapple here, but Jinkstart has the tiny sketchbook. And geez, I couldn't even guess how many entries there are in that. Yeah, Brush Guy, here's hoping that I know that the new job has kind of precluded that for right now, but hopefully the new job kind of actually, shall we say, facilitates it too, if you know what I mean. It kind of sets you up. You're maybe not having to do other things, and it means that you got more time eventually to do some nice quality painting on stream. And again, these are figures from Signum. So there's kind of like almost like a regular Napoleonic, but he's got himself a plague mask. Then, then there's these kind of werewolf type guys right here. And then there's these. And this is what we'll be doing on our next stream. Essentially later today, we'll paint these guys. Obviously, kind of a bit of a nurgly bent. Oh, we will do our. We're gonna do our little blood effect things on them. We'll get out our Perling Crimson and some of the walnut flavored alkyd medium. We'll do that. Ooh, let's. Since we need that tomorrow, that's kind of getting lost over here. We're gonna mix that, and it was our Trench Crusade figs. That's where we learned. If we mix that with something like our Perling Crimson, we get one heck of a blood effect. Brush Guy, there is a stream deck in this house somewheres. That was for doing the battle reports, but that instead that's going to be used for live streaming the games. Yes, live streaming games of Middle Earth eventually. Glad that can be painful, right, Real Brush Guy? Just just trying to lock in the technical side of things. And now, well, it's 2:30. I don't know. Let me see if this will be light enough to do what I need. No matter what, we will be bringing out the fast matte white in about 15-ish minutes because it's almost getting to be that time. It's getting there. We need to we have to kind of lighten up our orb and a little bit more light on his fingers here. Now, the other fun thing has been the Eldritch Foundry stuff, which, again, the latest thing first thing we did was a new Wapelius Spellbrush figure. Couple of new Wapelius Spellbrush figures. Then we did the Eowyn busts. Then the Kathy miniature, and now I just sculpted a whole new Fellowship of the Ring, basically Moria theme. And what's interesting, one thing I learned is that the Eldritch Foundry, the controls you have on those cloaks is way more powerful than I thought it was going to be. I mean, those cloaks, wow. You're almost better off just sculpting your object there and then making other modifications to it, because it is easier to sculpt cloaks by far there, and I mean like actual sculpting. So if he's got a cloak, you've got you got like five, you have 6 different control points on that cloak. And it's not just, okay, making it swing from one side to the other. You can actually start wrapping it around itself. There's a lot of really nifty controls in Eldritch Foundry just for cloaks. And that was a big thing that I learned in the last video. Ah, that's fantastic, Brush Guy. And again, everybody please give Real Brush Guy a follow. And again, I hope very, very soon you get a chance to dive back into streaming. Now look at that edge. Yes, we needed the darker stuff there, but we also needed to set that edge because that's supposed to be a hard surface, right? The cloth stuff over here, no, not so much. But that's armor right there. That is supposed to be a hard edge. Now we got ourselves one. Now no. Go back to our green. Phthalo green here. Phthalo green. We break it down a smidge. And then we're doing that. No, we got to give him some eyes. He didn't. I mean, he has the lighter portion of his eyes, but there we go. I think the other one was pretty well established, but that this one over here, not so much. We also, okay, now he has a lower lip. And then we got to give him some chompers. He does actually have some teeths here. Let's see if we can pop that in here. Now, Jinx, were you going to be doing Adepticon again? I know I asked you the last time you raided in, or I think maybe either raided or came in with the raid. I somehow seemed to think that was kind of like, well, hopefully, maybe it works out that you can do Adepticon again. I think that was the plan, right? I know that plans sometimes, well, they can change suddenly. As in, like, oh, that was so 5 minutes ago. That's a different plan now. That's pretty much how today was, multiple times. Ah, the scale model challenge. Okay. Actually, speaking of which, there's a lot of flats at scale model challenge, right, Jinxed? I think it's because some of the folks that I know, they go to SMC a bunch, and that they're very big into flats. Unless I'm thinking about a different show. It's been real fun painting making them for one thing. Then painting them has also been fun. I think for folks that aren't they don't paint just regular paintings or drawing or whatever. I think it'd also be a good practice for freehand. Yeah, good little exercise for that. Now, the first flats that I made, I didn't realize that I was essentially creating billboards. Yes. So the thing that we painted these two last night. That's not just some brown board. That was one of the very first flats I ever printed out. People saw that and like, wait a minute, is that like part of a building? I guess even these are still bigger than your typical flat. They're much closer, but still, I guess, bigger than a normal flat. Yes, I was sitting there making them bigger and bigger and bigger. People are like, wait a minute, how big is that monstrosity? They're not supposed to be that big. And I went, okay. I still want to print out some of my Lord of the Rings ones, really big, in FDM like that. I'm going to print them a different way. I'm going to do the surface tension method, where I print them vertically instead of horizontally. I'm obviously doing the 0.2 layer height. That does definitely help to get rid of some nasty layer lines and other weird artifacts. I might have to come back with some more dark over here. I'm thinking, yeah, probably. I have me a blending brush somewhere. That would be this guy, maybe. Yep, and you can see we're just doing this little tap, tap, tap here. We're not doing that. We're just that. That is the motion that we're doing here. Because what that does is it takes away excess paint. It looks like it's been blended in a typical way, but that is not a typical blend. Too much of the yellow in there. Let's go back to our violet gray. More of our ambient light here. Now, we haven't done one of these yet. We have not done a film noir. Now, here, I mean, even there, it doesn't necessarily have quite the object source lighting look. I mean, yeah, there's this bright thing in his hand, whatever that is. But when you bring back that color, it's a whole different story. Look at that. Because you have all this greenish tint down here, and that's a big difference now over here. With this, it's even more dramatic. It's almost like the object source lighting has pretty much disappeared. And here we also don't have any kind of differential between these two blues. So the top really is more of a turquoise. The bottom part is much more of a reddish blue. And you can see it here, kind of a red thing there. A little more green, a little more turquoise there. And then once again here, that you can see the source lighting kind of disappears if it wasn't for that little bright spot in the shadow, or in the sword. Otherwise, it kind of looked like it wasn't there. You can do that film noir stuff. You can take a picture with your camera, with your phone. Yeah, bring that into. Well, you don't even have to bring it into Photoshop. There's plenty of phone app things, whatever, that'll let you take your photos and just kill the saturation. That shouldn't be too difficult. Should be able to do that on your phone. And that is a good little exercise to do because, you could see, right, the object source lighting was almost carried more by color intensity differences. And in this case here, we have a very intense green. All this other stuff is very dingy. All right, and it was the same thing again. Some of our more fiery examples here. Well, here, look at this. I mean, Grievous. 4 light sources, which almost disappear. Without the color, you certainly don't see that there's a blue and a green. Well, 2 blues and 2 greens. Let's bring back our color here, and all of a sudden, blammo, look at that. Multiple different color light sources. And again, those are all little exercises. You can do them yourself. It's easy enough. Take a picture. You go in, you kill the saturation. You can even kind of have a little bit of a side-by-side thing with them. Because, of course, value is more than just light versus dark. I mean, it even says that in the Book of Wapol. Great to see you back there, Surface Tension.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Math. Appreciate that. Hey, look at this. There we go. Thank you so much, Meth Muffin. Appreciate that. So say we all. Thanks, Meth Muffin. And see you later there, Jinx. Again, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the raid. I was going to say Surface Tension was the Hound walked and also the Hound barked. And Squirrel's terrified. So see you later, Jinx. Thanks again for the raid. And appreciate that, Math. So, Math, well, look at this. I'm pretty sure you were in when we were doing these two Barradur things. Now I've actually got a frame, a 3D printable frame for these things. It took a little while to kind of get the aspect ratio and the sizing, but I think we finally have that locked in place now. So see you later, Jinx. Have yourself a fantabulous Saturday. We will again be painting more of these on our Saturday stream. This, much like Second Breakfast, that'll be our second Saturday stream. And of course, for some reason, surface tension, second breakfast makes me not say hasty hobbits, but tasty hobbits. So at this point here, the Hound decided it was time to lay dominion over cats and cars alike. So great to see you back there, surface tension. So Meth, we've already got this one and this one. These are already up on YouTube right here. The Trench Crusade one is up on YouTube. Our Barad-dûr ones will go up on YouTube. Same thing with our Galads. This one, I believe, is already up on YouTube right here. Everything is going to this channel. It's not the main channel. It's going to this channel here. This is the Linseed Fellowship channel. All of our Twitch streams, they got to go here. Because remember, we can't do Twitch highlights anymore. Those all went away. We got to put our stuff somewhere, and it's going there. So again, that is the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Today I just posted our Victory at Sea ships. So that is now live on the YouTubes. And again, that's the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. And of course, the files of all the, and we're talking like, I think as of yesterday, I've created at least about 60 designs. Lord of the Rings themed, Arthurian themed, Japanese themed, and now Battlestar Galactica theme. Recoil, I'm going to try to see what it can do with Babylon 5. I'm not expecting much, but one thing I've seen, Recoil, there is a possibility of uploading basically references. I'm going to lighten this. Whoops, that is way too thick right there. I'll have to come back and take some of that away for sure. Let me see again. We 2 hours 43 minutes ago. There was nothing on this guy whatsoever. In a few minutes, we'll bring out the Fast Matte White as well to really hit some of our lightest lights. Particularly by the source lighting, but also other areas too. So again, if you want to check out our past episodes, you can do that on the YouTube channel that is called the Linseed Fellowship. And there are not any ads on that channel. That is not what it's about. It's again just a place where I can have our past episodes here in case people want to again go back and say, well, how the heck was that done? Or if they just missed the stream. That way people can still check it out. And of course, course, with the oil paints, it's a hashtag no layers kind of thing. No layers in oil paints. They layer themselves. The oil paints do that for you. You don't need to do that kind of stuff. Like over here, if I just take this kind of phthalo green, that's not a glaze. That is essentially me dry brushing over a very translucent green over the top of that. Maybe even cut down on the, oh yeah, that's way too late under there. That was way too late. And we'll do this now. There we go. Also, yeah. Let's do this too. Let's do that. A little bit dark. Again, that's a slightly darker green, but it's got all that translucency because it is phthalo green. That is a very translucent color. We've got some of our fluorescent green. That is one of the opera colors. It's Paul Rubens. The couple of key things about the Paul Rubens paints, they're alkyds, which, among other things, does make those a bit more, say, beginner friendly. Price tag is very low compared to your regular kind of oil paints, and not even talk about Williamsburg either. You got the larger tubes, and it is a set, so I know some folks, they don't really like getting individual tubes of oil paint. Well, here you don't have to worry about that. It is all a set. And since you can get it on Amazon, and we've kind of double checked this, you can pretty much get it wherever. Unlike a lot of your oil paint brands where you say, I live over here, I just can't get that. Or I can get it, but yeah, if I pay a bazillion dollars for shipping, then I can get it. It's the same reason why I've tried to find as many Amazon alternatives to a lot of my basing materials. Because even if the cost of shipping was the same, Amazon's going to be quicker than, say, Green Stuff World sending anything to me directly. Because it may cost more on Amazon, maybe, than, say, getting it from Mig Ammo or whatever. But if one's going to be there in potentially 2-3 days and the other one could be 2-3-4 weeks, the best ability, of course, is availability. If it's not in your hands, you can't do anything with it. Therefore, it is a useless material unless it's actually in your hands. You know what? I'm going to get me here some of my umber. Let's respect the umber down here on this bat. Well, that just kind of smoked his eye right there. Let's bring that one back. We can do that for sure here. There we go. All better. Didn't take much. Didn't take much to fix that. Do we have our... Yeah, here, a little bit more of our light going up there. This thing up here, do we try to lighten that up anymore, or do we just I keep thinking about a highlight up here. I mean, it is pretty darn close to our light source. Is that a wing there? I don't think so. And again, all these miniatures here, this stream and the next stream, these are going to be from Signum Games. Do believe this is their latest Kickstarter campaign. Did I get the... I sort of did get the later eyes there. Here, there's some of the fangs here on our bat. Couple more lights on the knuckles here of this guy. Who kind of is a little bit of a vampire vibe to him. I'm pretty sure these feathers kind of need to be light too. And not just where the light is shining down on those. Again, 2 hours 51 minutes ago, this had zero paint on it. Oh, now we're getting close to hour number 3, which means that's when we think about grabbing our something like the fast matte white, which has a little bit more intensity to it than the Alkyd titanium white's going to have, and that's the case with the Alkyds. They are gonna. There's a trade-off. You are losing a little bit of the color intensity. Normally, the main thing that will affect is it a staining color or not. I mean, there are not that many staining colors. There's really legit maybe 10. Now I'm gonna get rid of paint in there. We are gonna find ourselves something to use as yet another. I'm gonna use this guy in here. All right, I'm gonna get our indigo. There we go. Now it's kind of a really dark turquoise. So we're gonna just shove that paint in there. We will grab ourselves again a junky old craft brush that is also pretty soft. And that's kind of the blending that just happens all on its own. Hashtag no layers. You can see I'm almost kind of just dry brushing in some of these really dark tones here, because we can't all just have nothing but light, and more light. We'll maybe use this, and you can see we're just tapping. We're not doing this. We're not swiping at it. Straight up, well, as straight up and down as we can. Now, what I might do again is I'm going to go refresh the medicine, since I don't actually have any more cough drops left. We need to get a little bit more of a medicine. Oh, me. Nope. There's too much of the cleaner in that brush. There we go. Get all the rest of that out of there. And the same thing, we're just doing this. So see, tap, but we didn't want to smear that. We're just doing this. A friendly little tap there. Now, nobody go anywhere. You can just watch the Wapilia spell brush do some painting right there as we shall return. have returned, and we are going to bring with us, I think, some more dorks in the realm. Here is some umber right in here on our little bat swarm. Some darker stuff on the wings. And then we'll probably still throw a little more light here on our smoke or whatever. Also want to get some more stuff down in the depths of that. Might even have to get more of our green out here. Let me look at some here. Yep, we're gonna get a little bit of that green source light down into there. I mean, it's hitting the bat there, so it probably should catch some of the base there. So these are the adjustments that you make along the way. But the oils do is they get you to this point way faster than that kind of tiresome layering. Again, hashtag no layers. A lot of this stuff, again, it's kind of mixing on its own. See right there? I didn't mix up any color. I just plopped some of it right there and it just mixed all again on its own. You would be amazed at how much time that saves, as in a lot. It saves a ton of time. Get a little bit here. Maybe this will... I need something lighter too in my reds. Either that or we need to get out the Pearline Crimson and start racking up some darker stuff. There's that too. Let me do this and some of our violets, see how that works out. Get rid of that. Now I'm going to just get the Pearline Crimson out here. Oh, it doesn't take much. We're just looking for the tiniest smidge of it. That's all I need. Here. And maybe some of that greenishness that needs to maybe go away a little bit too. Like this. Yeah, some of that deeper red in there. And now maybe here we'll go back to the bit more of our brown. So less of that green over here, I think. And now I will take... That's the umber and some of our white. Now it's kind of a tan, almost a bit of a khaki style color there. Maybe a little bit more of the... Again, we're gonna... Well, now it is after 3 hours, so we can break out our fast matte white here in a little bit. And then really go after some of our latest lights. Whether that is the source lighting part or some of these other areas where you got maybe metal surfaces and they need that little extra glint of light on them. Come on, there we are. Here too. much more of my lighter along the maybe the bottom of his hat here. And again, that is not the object source lighting code. We're trying to do more of just a gray right there. Again, that's some of our brown mixed with a little bit of our white, or even a little bit of the Naples yellow there. Bringing some of that down onto the bats there. Now let me see what we can do here. I'm going to put you off to the side. I'm going to grab me or maybe like this one here. And in that smoke there, let me try this violet with some of the blue all the way down in here. Ooh, okay, there we go. Yeah, this was a little bit too kind of a dead color here. Let's add some of the sky blue and a little bit of our violet, and just kind of push a little bit of that down into this smoke here. I didn't want to look in too much like a spell effect, because we got one up there, right? I didn't want to double up on that. Oh, there's a whole nother bat down in here. Also, well, in that case, here, let's grab some of this. I was about to paint that more of, well, our violet color here, and then went, nope, he's got ears and wings. That's not, it's not more smoky stuff. That's another bat all the way down in there, just hiding, little dude hiding down there. Well, okay. And I essentially hadn't seen these until earlier today when I was prepping these. And for all intents and purposes, I was prepping these while I was filming a video. And again, that next video that will go up on the Patreon page. Like you do. Mostly either Sunday or Monday. Probably early Monday morning or something like that. That will go up onto the Patreon page. I usually have about 20 hours of new videos every month on the Patreon page. I'm pretty sure there's not all that many Patreons that provide 20 hours of new videos every month. These are brand new vids. You do that $15 pledge level, you are getting 12 years worth of tutorial videos. So you might want to have the popcorn ready, because binging is going to take a while. And by a while, I mean it could be the rest of your natural lifespan, or unnatural as the case might be, depending on what kind of supplements you rely on. Unicorn's blood is very effective. Tears of your enemy, also effective. What also is going to be more effective is, let me get more of the violet and blue mix. We're getting it almost to be a little bit on the grayish side there. We're trying to enhance that just a little bit saturation wise. Not trying to make it any really lighter or darker. Trying to keep the same value, but essentially do a color / saturation change there. And I think, oh yeah, I can definitely feel that now. It is way more juicy there than it was. Oh yeah. That was just not really doing a whole bunch for me there. Alright, we'll do this now. Back to it here. Safe travels, Blades. Now, was that snow a couple days? That wasn't today, was it, Blades? So hopefully you got some easy traveling there, not having to worry about snows or anything like that. Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. So Blades, I hope that you guys have a blast. Now, are you going to be? The last time you were down here, it was the Whirlwind Tour. Are you going to be visiting a lot of places here, or is this going to be more of a just kind of a chill, more of a hangout time here? Because, yeah, that was, you guys were going all over the place there the last time you were down here. Yeah, Blades, well, you saw the pictures of the garden, right, that got wiped out by the snow and then the 25-degree temps. Yeah, then all of a sudden it was like 60, I don't know, 67 degrees today. And of course, Blades, well, if you're on the, if you're at the airport, it's going to be difficult for you to be posting any links. So don't, yeah, don't go crazy trying to do that. But everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. Now here we are taking that fabulous violet color, and we're actually mixing that with our phthalo green. That's the other thing I wanted to do here, because this didn't have a whole lot on it. Oh yeah, that really does add a bunch. Well, those the whole Mono X. I mean, that's what I use every day there, Camda. And of course, everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. Of course, Camda, why don't you post some of your stuff in the chat there too? Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. So again, Blades, safe travels, and all that good stuff. Where'd my... There it is. So Blades, I'll have to send you some more of the flats that I did. I've been making a bunch of Battlestar Galactica, not Babylon 5 yet. We will be trying to make Babylon 5 flats. Yeah, well, we'll take this brush. We're going to take some of that away. Taking some of that away, and now over here we got to do a little something more here. Let me see. I don't think our source lighting. Yeah, it does not get down in there. We need another. I think we might do some of our violet in the underside of this. Here, let me grab this guy again. We can't just have nothing in there. Now let me go back to my much darker greenish gray one more time. Okay, and then back to our lighter color for that. So have lots of fun there, Blades. I'm sure that you will. Yeah, there we are, working that in. So sorry I haven't been able to send you too many messages of late. There's been quite a bit of experimentation, lots of learning going on here for sure. Let me try this. Now this should be pretty dark here. Let's see if it plays out. It does play out that way. That's good. Also here, whoops, not up there. But that's what we got these brushes for, where we can just, again, sort of take that away. All right, well, happy Saturday there, surface tension. And well, we'll see you later today. Well, actually, no, we'll see you on your Sunday. Never mind. Yes, we'll see you on your Sunday. So have a great one there, surface tension. Come on, here we are. You will expand that out here. So again, some of the phthalo green, some of our indigo. It's phthalo indigo, apparently. That needs to get down into that fold right there. No. This one here. There we go. And again, see, we're just doing this little bit of tap, tap, tap here. All that's doing, it takes the excess paint away. It makes it look like we're blending. We're not actually blending stuff. We're just getting rid of the extra brush strokes. That does make it seem smoother than it is. I think we've got our darkest green in there already. I will maybe come back to some more of this here. There. So that's more of that rope, okay? We need to get a. That's a little too light, too much here. Let's back off of that. And we said we needed some of that over here. That little bit of dry brush that would have been impossible not too long ago, because what would have happened is all the that sort of pin line wash stuff that we did that wouldn't have been set yet. Now all of this is happening way faster as far as that process of it setting, because these are alkyds, even our fluoros here. So instead of the Marion Street oil paints, this is the Paul Rubens alkyd alkyd version of the fluorescent paints. You can make your own. Linseed oil pigment powder isn't, and you can get fluorescent pigment powder. That's not a problem. Same thing with our interference colors. We've done the same with our metallic colors. Basically just made our own. Said, nah, it's either too expensive or too hard to get. We just make our own. And even those tend to dry faster, even though there's no alkyds in them. I don't add the alkyd medium. The alkyd is part of the paint. That seems to work a whole lot better, with the alkyd just kind of being in the paint already. Those aren't always the easiest paints to find, unfortunately, for whatever reason. I think because a lot of folks, they're just not familiar with them. They don't know what to do with them. For miniature painting, though, they are super helpful. And for those folks that are kind of getting into oils for the first time, they are also way more forgiving. That is something now that we've been testing for, well, geez, over a year now. I would say actually more like a year and a half at least. And it's not just me. We're talking other folks conducting experiments and such, and realizing that the alkyds, since they dry faster and also set faster, uh, and when folks are first doing the oils, they tend to just pile on way too much paint and like exponentially too much. It takes forever to dry, so they just kind of think, well, I did something wrong. There's no point in fooling around with this anymore, and then you just kind of give up right away. If there's a way to avoid frustrations like that, then you're more likely to stick with something. Man, believe me, all of this stuff that I've been doing with the AI things, every single day is some kind of new mind distorting frustration that is like, you gotta be kidding me. And that's on a good day. There are days that are less good. And I can see where something like that might deter the average person from kind of continuing the pursuit. But you kind of have to be a little bit willing to, again, absorb that kind of situation and just power through. There's rewards eventually for doing that. Again, now blades, I don't know if you're it's going to be a pack play, or I guess you didn't have to worry about hopefully any sort of cancellations or anything like that. Boy, everybody I know is all over the place. Armored Wolf is at Monte San Salvino. Everybody's going all over the place. Like Heavy T, well, Heavy T's not going anywhere. Heavy T's not going anywhere. Everybody, hey, Heavy T, why don't you post? Why don't you post some stuff in chat? Because, man, Heavy T, how many miniatures do you think you painted in about the last 6 months or so? It's been quite a few, right, Heavy T? So yeah, why don't you post some? I know you got a bunch of stuff that you can post in the chat there. Yeah, why don't you do that? I think you just posted something on the Instas or the Facebooks. Just was it yesterday? Might have been. And again, congrats on everything there, Heavy T. Appreciate you being here. I'm going. No, not with this. Maybe the indigo and green is okay for right here on this color. Right up there at the top of that color. Everybody check out that Instagram link. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Heavy T posted. So Heavy T, speaking of learning things, trying new things and such, I would imagine that you feel like you've been able to make all kinds of massive strides because you just painted so much stuff over the last several months. You kind of look back at the earlier stuff and you say, man, that would have taken me a fraction. Knowing what I know now, it would take way less time to do that or that thing or whatever. And that's the fabulous thing about kind of hanging with it, right? Right, Heavy T. That there might be points where it's not the easiest thing in the world, and then you get to kind of reap those benefits of all the learning, the experience. So yeah, Heavy T, it's really amazing, and of course, well, you've done lots of different genres too, and that's also a big help, right, Heavy T? Because each genre maybe has a little bit of a different motif to it. And I'm just glad that things have really kind of been on that positive upswing there, Heavy T. that sometimes you just have to kind of hang on to things, just kind of keep plugging away, and then all of a sudden there's kind of a breakthrough. I know with the different stuff that I've been doing, there are times where, like with the flats, it almost looked like, gee whiz, are we stuck here? Are we not going to be able to make these anymore? And then another option presented itself, almost by accident, which led to an explosion of being able to do more stuff until another roadblock was reached, and then we had to kind of power through that one too. Yeah, it's a fantastic exercise, right, Heavy T, and also too, what it does, it keeps things from getting boring, because we say it all the time with, say, army painting projects. You could be the most excited for any army ever, and there will come a time in the painting of that project where you just say, I don't ever want to see this again, because it's just, oof, I've been looking at it way too much. Now, what we're going to be looking at is some of this right here. It is, well, we're actually 3.5 hours in, so usually around hour 3 is when just a little teensy bit of the fast matte white comes out. We will utilize this for some highlights on this bad boy over here. And Blades, very excited about this. This has worked out well. And I realized not only does this serve as a lovely frame, now I'll be able to just hold on to this and be able to paint this instead of like sticking it on, well, here, like this here, instead of doing this. Now, it's kind of neat to have these side by side. The difficulty is I'm always sticking my finger on these things. So yeah, that's going to be a whole bunch easier. Now we break out this. We start to break down some of that fast matte white there. Come on. There you go. So again, everybody please give Heavy T a look-see there on that Instagram link. Actually, Heavy T, what is kind of an interesting exercise, especially well, now you've been doing a lot of painting for a while and stuff, is to take the same figure and paint it again with pretty much the same color scheme, except maybe a little different basing treatment or something, and then doing side by side. We call them then and now. And if you do that, you'll be that talk about really being able to see how things have gone, because there'll also be the time you'll say, man, okay, maybe it doesn't look super different, but boy, it took me half the time. Now, how you doing there, Arid? I hope that the stream was fabulous. Of course, why don't you share your Pinterest links? Everybody, please give Arid Canwave a follow. And check out some fabulous jewelry there by Arid. There you go. There's a Pinterest link. Go look at that and give Arid a follow. So I'm glad that the stream went super well. Arid, the irony of ironies is that it was almost 70 degrees today. So it was just cold enough, just long enough to annihilate all the plants. And then immediately go back to being like ideal garden temperature. Yeah, it would have been perfect. However, as we mentioned on stream last night, we will foil its intent to wipe out our garden fund, because we're gonna just take it indoors. Yeah, Heavy T. I was the folks in Texas told me it was 85 down there. That is crazy talk. Well, this is this? I know I've asked you a couple of times, is this atmospheric river season or is it March or is it both? It could be just like first atmospheric river season and second atmospheric river season. No, this is really where I wanted some of our super spicy highlights is over here on our metals. Let's do that. There we go. Yeah, that is so wild there, Erin. There we go. So now our blade he's got a little extra sharp there. Oh, here, let's have a couple of little, there we are. And I gotta do one over here. There we are. All right, now we're cooking with dynamite, as the saying goes. And of course, if you give Arid a follow, Arid's going to be streaming again, as usual, 7 p.m. Pacific time. So again, give Iridican Wife a follow so you don't miss out on some more fabulous jewelry streams. So Irid actually, a friend of mine, I mean, he had a mega garden this year, and he's already, I think it's this week, he's going to start doing prepping some plants that will end up in the ground in 2026. So he and I are kind of on the same page there. Yeah, we're not putting some little seedling in the ground next year. We're putting, again, my sequoia peppers. That's what I'm going to call them, Irid. From now on, they're called my sequoia peppers. I want pepper plants that can be seen from space. It's what's that? Oh yeah, like the tree, the two trees, right? The two not two trees of Valinor, but the two trees of light. One was the sun, one was the moon. Yeah, that's what my pepper plants are going to be like. It's going to be a botanical triumph there, Irid. Now I'll try to send you. It's kind of weird because again, I just this time last week, I took pictures of how tall those things were to send to Kathy's mom and sister and such. It was so ingrained, Arid, that I go out there and water things and snip off extra growth to kind of focus things towards the food production. That I almost went out there again today to do that. It's like, well, there ain't nothing out there anymore. Thanks, Rico. I wasn't sure how people would be about these things because they are unusual, right? These essentially chaos Napoleonics here, but I think these will be nifty in white, right? As Austrians here, and well, this one, he'll get the same blue coat, and I think we'll go the same deal here. I think we're gonna go. Well, there's not actually much of the blue on him, but I think they're kind of like werewolf type dudes here. At least I think that's what they are. Hmm. A little later on our bats here. So on that, and now on this chapeau here. Yeah, is this the name of it, or is this just like their generic game system here? Rico again. This is Legends of Signum and War Seer. Now I don't know if it's like another, just like I guess Warcry you could say is just another part of the Sigmar universe or something like that. All I know it was a Kickstarter campaign that they did, and they had sent me these things, and then they said, "Oh wait, hang on, just do us a favor and hang on, don't do those just yet." So I don't. Maybe they made some adjustments to the campaign or something like that. I don't know. Uh, Now they kind of wanted me to paint them in October, but we sort of had stuff going on in October. We are those. I told them those streams are pretty much spoken for in October. Now, technically, my November streams are spoken for too. We're just kind of trying to do them a favor here by chucking these out here. Because I'm pretty sure I was the only one that painted the. Oh, what the heck were those guys? The basically Dark Angel Terminators, not Terminators. So, yeah, I still got that garden too much in my head there, Aaron. I was thinking tomatoes and I almost said tomatoes. So nope, that is not Mantic. Like you say, that is from Signum. Where's the where's that Mad Hatter card? That was around here some. Oh, there it is. So this is one of the ones that they sent here. Yeah, I'm thinking that that wasn't like that wasn't the grandest campaign ever, right, Landrast? I can say these definitely don't suffer from the same fate, Landrast, if you know what I mean. Now it could just be these are fantasy miniatures, right? Maybe some for some places, sci-fi type minis, maybe not a forte. Rico. Oh gosh, where's this? Where's the box? Do I? Nope, the box is not in this room anymore. But there was a picture of that guy. I don't think I have that one, Rico. I have a cannon. I've got a cannon, but I don't. I definitely don't have him because that one large base definitely goes for the cannon. So yeah, I don't have that one. But yeah, and the Napoleon on a griffin or whatever. I that was one of the pictures in the like the box or whatever. I don't have it, but that one's got to be pretty wild. Yeah, we got now a Landrast. I wanted to ask you about. It was the printing goes ever on. I almost said Edoras, but the Helm's Deep that you were trying to print out, right? My question is kind of twofold. First of all, is the deeping wall separate enough? Because I don't need the entire thing. I just kind of need the deeping wall to do a minimum of that to do this photography. And I wasn't sure if the deeping wall was there. And then the second thing is, do you or is there a like a broken version of it? I know that Conquest Creations is always doing that kind of stuff, but I wasn't sure if Printing Goes Ever On had that. So Napoleonica. Steel and magic, which makes sense. I can see that. Yep, that very much makes sense. So thanks Recoil for sussing that out. Appreciate that. Okay, yeah, the ruined option, not too much. Now, obviously, having printed the, oh gosh, what is it? The City of the Dead. Yeah, there's a lot of filler pieces, and that was the thing that was kind of driving you nuts, right? With the doing the that one there was all the filler pieces. And I know you were trying to mess around with like some different adaptive layers, heights for that, right, Landras, so that it wouldn't take as much stuff and as much time. Now, Recoil, was that a campaign that was September, or was that an October campaign? But thanks, Landras. Jeez, I gotta find out. I don't know. I don't remember what chapter that was, but I gotta find that chapter and I gotta start printing that out. I also gotta start prepping tons of, because we've only painted like 50 Rohan cow. We need actually some more. Well, I certainly have that. Again, it's somewhere. It's got to be somewhere in my files. I can't imagine I don't have that. I mean, unless it's like a 5-year loyalty thing or something like that, I should have that. But yeah, I want to at least try to print out the deeping wall section. See how that goes. All right, we got ourselves phthalo green and also again some of the little bit of our Payne's gray and the phthalo green. I could just be using Perlene black, but we'll do this. I'm hoping that it would only just take a couple of days maybe to print out just the deeping wall section there. Essentially, I need that little piece of it for the for one of my showcase videos. I don't think that Conquest Creations actually did Helm's Deep. I think he did Edoras. I know he's got a bunch of walls and all that, but yeah, I don't think. Hmm. All right, ultramarine. Where the heck am I gonna put this over here? And Payne's gray. Or sorry, ultramarine indigo now, or indigo marine. There you are. Gotta break that down some more. And that's going to go in here because that's actually part of his coat. Also, this thing here, not only does it need to be more of a shadow, but that also kind of needs a little bit of a blue kick to it. Yeah. Same under here. And that gets maybe a little bit of dark right in there. So thanks for the info there, Landrast. I forget if you got like halfway through it, and you just said, okay, this has already taken up 5 things of filament. Let's just call it a day here. Hmm. And again, printing goes ever on. Has some really fabulous stuff. Actually, we painted this at what last? Was this last Friday? I think actually might have been last Friday. That's a gosh, that's probably a welcome pack. Well, there was a fellowship set in the welcome pack. I know that. I don't know if it was that maybe specific Gandalf was in there. Well, who knows? When we're doing our stream later tonight, you might be hearing progress reports on the beginning of printing out the Hornberg. I need to get rid of this screen here. Let's go back to our Umbar here. That's better. Now, where's my Indian yellow? Alright, we're going to be breaking that down too. Again, did I not say the Indian yellow is kind of a very thick paint for something that's hyper translucent? Man, that is a thick consistency. Because that is going to start. Ah, there it is. Here we go. So missing that over here. Let's get some more of that. So Indian yellow has no opacity to it. It's literally got negative opacity. It's the anti-opaque. That will be the difference between oils and your acrylics, because I mean even some watercolors are literally still more opaque or translucent than others. Right, yeah, there we go. And now a touch of that up here, a touch of that up here. See that just kind of tinting that, it knocks it down, tints it more. Actually, yeah, Landry, now we're getting some of that kind of reddish orange like you were getting in your golds there on your Space Marine shoulder trims and all your golden MM. It giveth and taketh away, don't it, Landrast? It sure does. You know what? I'm gonna just make this also have some of a gold flavor to it because there's so much bluish gray here. Ooh, actually, that's got to either be lighter or this patch. Got to be darker. I'm gonna, well, when in doubt, make things darker. Let's try that first. Yeah, I think that's what I was using before, anyhows. There's that blue again. Well, that's darker. That ain't nothing right there. Look at that. That was darker. And now hashtag no layers. Look at this. Now I'm going to take the paint off of the brush here. All right, let me see. Look at this, a micro. So this is going to be French, and the French Old Guard are werewolves. And that must be these guys. Oh, actually, Landrast, shoot me a little reminder about the bismuth there. Because I want to take a look on the Dick Blick website and do a little read up on that and see kind of, okay, here is what the typical usage for that is, and see maybe if that's something we might have to add to the arsenal. Well, it'll be part of the Doomsday palette, right, Landrast? Yes, it'll be part of the Doomsday palette along with Puro Orange, Cobalt Teal Bluish, and Pearline Crimson. And what was yours, Cam? What was that? Oh yeah, that was that crazy orange that you got. What was that? I'm sorry, I can't remember. I'm just drawing a blank on that. Nice to see you there, Pascal. Everybody, please give Pascal Cruz a follow. And of course, Pascal, you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Yeah, the Langridge titanium ware. I knew it was an orange. I just couldn't remember. So everybody, again, please give Pascal a follow, and if you want to share stuffs in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So, yeah, 3 hours, 48 minutes ago, this had Zippo, as in none, paint on it right there. And I know you saw this one. I think actually you were in on this stream, right, Pascal? With this Loot Studios fig right here. And there's our flats from last stream. And now we have ourselves frames. Yes, 3D printed frame. And obviously we'll fill this in with just like these right here. And we'll print out some more of those. Now, Denethor, did you have a chance to share your stuff in the chat there? And of course, thanks for hanging out here, Denethor. Appreciate that. You know. Everybody check out that Discord link that Pascal just shared. Check that out. Now, Pascal, were you going to be streaming this Sunday? And, oh, never. I know that everybody's heading down to MSS, right, Pascal? That's where Armored Wolf is right now. I kept seeing people posting about MSS and everything else. And of course, again, everybody check out that Discord link that Pascal just shared. So yeah, hopefully everybody there has themselves a whole bunch of fun. I'm sure people are very excited to be there. So Armored Wolf and so they stopped in Florence on their way down there. And they partook of obviously a whole lot of galleries and such. Tremendous amount of stuff to see there. Yeah, here, let's work in some more dark in the mouths here. These, the bats are... Yeah, let me define that eye a little bit, and now we need to maybe define the darks in the ears here a little better. Let's do that too. Actually, the other one, this one's kind of okay. The other one just needed some more, again, some more definition. Dark down here. So around that wing there. Now let me see if we can come back with, here's our fast matte white with some of our Naples yellow perhaps on our bats. Try maybe get some of the lightest stuff here. So earlier well, this evening, I guess you would say, Pascal was filming the follow-up video to the sculpting of the Fellowship. So yeah, I sculpted the Fellowship using Eldritch Foundry, and now of course I did the basing video for him, and we added Kathy again as the 10th member of the Fellowship, the 5th Hobbit, the little-known Mel, the Halfling Rogue. Since Bilbo couldn't be part of the party, they needed a thief, so that was Mel. Because we have to keep expanding the lore of the Silly Marillion, don't we, Recoil? The Silly Marillion never remains static. There's always something new going on in the Silly Marillion. Now recoil. I'm starting to imagine, doing animations of the actual miniatures that are part of the Silly Marillion. Before we would have needed well, the miniatures themselves, but now I think we might be able to take photos of those and then animate those photos. Ah, yes, when you're always sneaking around, nobody knows you're there, right, Recoil? Yes, that's she was always sneaking. And of course, Recoil, she was always completely invisible as long as nobody was looking at her. Yes, as long as nobody's looking at her, then she's completely invisible. And again, everybody please check out that Discord link that Pascal shared. Those are some really fantastic painted miniatures, so go check that out. I'm going to go back to our that's our radiant cobalt as we're calling it. There is no cobalt in there. There's no radiant in there either, but that's what we're calling it because we use it in a similar way. Whatever this is, some kind of smoke or mist or whatever this is, we're just trying to catch a little more uh, light in some places on that. Here as well. Yep, we need some, definitely some of that out here. And then back to our green. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put some of that, some of that radiant green down here. So he is a French vampire. Now those are definitely French. I Now again, I'm just making the assumption that these are Austrian and not Russians. I could be mistaken on that. I could be. It is. Yeah, I am glad. Let's see. So we got four. Yeah, we got plenty of stuff. Even if we're doing a full-on Saturday challenge, I'd like to try and hit all four of those if possible. The ones that I was just showing you there in our stream on Saturday. I'm also going to be doing at least one tutorial vid. I was actually going to, I don't think I've used the water washable oils on standard size minis, except maybe just when that first little test video. Oh, and by the way, that the vehicles workshop there, the reason I haven't filmed the second episode yet is that I'm still waiting on that to dry. So those water washable oils, those don't dry fast. Some colors dry faster than others, but that's the case with regular oils too. So yeah, don't think of those as alkyds. Alkyds dry faster, and even some alkyds dry slower than other alkyds. So yeah, those are not going to be fast drying. Don't think of them like watercolors or acrylics just because it says water washable. All it means is you can clean it up with water. Otherwise, it has no significance. So yeah, I was thinking we'd try a couple of these because again, we've been using a lot of the radiants here. There are no radiants in the water washable, so I thought that would be good exercise. Because again, not everybody can necessarily get the radiance, so we should always try to say, okay, how can we do this effect, this thing, whatever, without necessarily this particular paint or whatever? So yeah, so we'll take a few of these. The other thing I'd like to do is after painting these, leave a couple of them with no no rust effects. Let it dry and then use the dirty down on them. The ones I'm painting tomorrow, I'll just do all of the blood and rust effects kind of the way we have been doing them. We'll take the fabulous Alkyd medium, mix that with the even more fabulous Perling Crimson and do some nifty blood effects. And then we'll just use our normal Terra Rosa for rust and corrosion, that sort of stuff. I'm tempted to break out the Cobalt Violet though for these guys. For doing like some weird kind of sickly flesh glazy type colors, that sort of thing. That's again another highly technical painting term. You don't get that kind of stuff on other channels. What was it? Oh, cratery things. Yes, that was one of the less known astronomical. Again, Carl Sagan. He focus grouped that. It didn't do so well, so he did not use that on his world famous Cosmos program. Again, another scientific expression you don't hear as often as others. Now we're getting somewhere here on these little side items over here. Now this is a 3D printed basing bit that I added. That is not part of the actual figure. I just tacked that on there. I don't think I did a whole bunch with Skelly Friends or anything like that. I did a little bit. Okay, like this guy here. Okay, we put that little bit on there, but that's pretty much it. Nothing terribly fancy. I'm gonna try to find me a little bit more of that green all the way down in there. A little bit more on this here. Oh, that's okay. I think that's a weird printing thing right there. All right, that's not actually. Well, we'll make an adjustment there then. That seemed weird to me. Now it makes more sense. That is just like a weird little printing thing because these are actually 3D printed. So now that makes much more sense. Okay, so we'll alter this now. Because I wasn't seeing it on these other wings. It was only here. And, well, now I know why. It's just one of those odd little kind of shelf type things that happens, I think, when the FEP's getting kind of tugged on. Yeah, here, let me add a little, okay, of this. On the handle of the sword, which got really, really dark there, and then we actually do need a little reflected light on that. So I don't think these are the English guys. Are they recoil? Because I don't think that's meant to be the black, like the your Palace Guards or something like that. Clearly that's the Chaos faction, though, right? Recoil. That I can't imagine what else is. So thanks for the research there, Recoil. That is super helpful because again, I have no idea I mean, really, I'm seeing these for the very first time as I'm painting them. I was barely even looking at them as I was putting them on a base. It was more just like, okay, I just need them on a base. What kind of base should I make for them? Okay, simple, yeah. Okay, we'll do that. Now I'm starting to feel there's some lighter blue on his coat there. Let me do this here. I mean, we don't want to wipe out all the shadow that's there. Come on, there we go. And of course, on our Saturday stream, we will have a full report on all the action taking place on the college gridiron. It's week 11. It is now put up or shut up time, and there's a couple of teams that decide to put up and shut up. That would be Louisville already because they went down. They went down. Down goes Frazier. That was the end of them. How many casualties will there be on Saturday? More will fall. Some may rise. Dreams will be shattered. I'm pretty sure that wasn't that what. Oh yeah, that was Theoden's speech there on the field of Pelennor. Yep, playoff hopes will be shattered. Starting right tackle's ankles will be broken. I mean, that's word for word from the books right there. I mean, this is a Lord of the Rings channel after all. We should know. A little bit there of reflected light on the metals right there. It's a Saturday, a red day. You ride to ruin, and your season's ending. Again, I mean, you can practically hear the emotional music playing as those lines are being spoken. Okay, I'm gonna try to lighten you up just a smidge more here. No, not this over here. What's that doing over there? Let's get rid of that. Wow, that was really hard to get rid of. All of one brushstroke to take that away. Also there. What are we doing here? There we go. Touch lighter there. And maybe, yeah, I'm gonna lighten that just a little bit so that it separates from the coat there just a smidge more. Yep, I think we need more of a light green to hit that. Let's grab this. Okay, we got that. Perhaps a little more on the blade here. Not up there. yeah, that's right. Well, that and oh, that's right. And out of timeouts, that's when Theoden and Aragorn and Gimli they took that final ride. Yes, it was just as time expired. Well, they were trying a 70-yard field goal, right? Recoiled. That was the gambit right there. Yes, that was the 70-yard field goal with time running out to win the game. Actually, recoil. Now I'm starting to think with our APCC, do we need a Rohan team and their stadium is the Hornburg? And whenever they score a touchdown, you hear the sound, the horn of Helm. As it's a record-breaking 70-yarder there, recoil. It's literally guided by the hand of guided by the very hand of Eru himself. Yes, Eru Iluvatar guiding that, guiding the, guiding them to victory. I mean, of course, while it's fantastic that we have Oxide University and Ferris University and some of those other time-honored schools, we need to have our Middle Earth universities too. And of course, well, we even have our our,
Hello,
our
little
very first
hobbits.
flat,
Stop
right?
by
Recoil.
Dungeon.
We have the Swampton University flat that you created. Thank you so much, Valhalla. Appreciate that. Ah, so yeah, this is it. Is this Saruman of many colors? He's like, I do have a lot of colors, but hey, you want some pipeweed smoke? He's like, no, I kind of swore off of that stuff ever since I became this Gandalf the White Dude. He's like, no, come on, here, just take a sniff of this. He's like, no, I think I'm gonna take a pass. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 here for Valhalla Crom. Ooh, he mentioned pipe, but he escaped. It was this, and then it bumped into something and actually kicked back to a 3 for Valhalla Crom. Thank you so much, Valhalla. Yes, indeed. All right, I think we were going to get a little bit of our Terra Rosa mixed in with our yellow here and do some of that in the right here. A little more. Little more. There we go. So thank you so much, Valhalla. Appreciate that. Darken that down a bit more. Or get some of that green off of there. Do I still? Yes, I do. Here, we're gonna get some Perline Crimson right in there to darken that down. Same kind of deal here. That we already took care of. How you doing there, Kennedy? Well, it's all part of the silly Marillion. Let's put it this way: things work a little bit different in the silly Marillion. Yes, Elrond right here. He's known as the mob boss of Middle Earth. He takes care of things. He makes things go away. Like say, you have a whole bunch of nasty ents that are trashing all of your stuff. You come to Elrond, and of course Aragorn is well known as his idiot son-in-law, who just can't get anything right, and who keeps calling him Don Carmine in front of everybody. Which, of course, is very frustrating for Elrond. Again, mob boss of Middle Earth. He runs the Middle Earth Protection Agency, based in Rivendell, of course. Yes, the silly Marillion has been, what, 5 years in the making, right? Right, Recoil. And where's Dark Queen Schmaladriel? Well, we have multiple Schmaladriels, but here's a. Yeah, this is the one that we based our Dark Queen Galadriel army on. So we have that entire army like this right here. Let me move this out of the way here. See you later there, Arid. Have yourself a good night's sleep. Well, we even have. Oh, where's our two? Yeah, we even have two different versions of Shadowfax. This is Grumpy Shadowfax. We also have Nice Shadowfax. He's hiding somewhere else. Oh, here he is. Yeah, this is Friendly Shadowfax here. And of course, Gandalf knows that Gwahir is looking for him. Ah, yes, well, see, that's how you make stuff go away, right? Recoil, the Rivendell Garbage Collection Agency. The was it the RGCA? And of course, who was the grumpiest Gandalf of all? He's like, well, yeah, you'd be kind of grumpy too if you had no arms. Look at this here. He's like, well, dude, you did fight a Balrog with a glow stick and a kitchen utensil. He's like, well, that's kind of besides the point. Yes, when engaging a Balrog, bring a little more firepower than a glow stick and a kitchen knife. So, yeah, we have many legendary characters here in the Silly Marillion. So how you doing there, Kennedy? Hopefully your Saturday is off to a fabulous start. Oh, and that's right. We had all of our famous hobbitses like Bilbo Stabbins. We had Bilbo Shenanigans. Oh, and Bilbo Bananigans. Ah, jeez. I forgot all about Bilbo Bananigans. So let's see. It has an 8-inch range. He tosses the banana, and anyone that's hit by the banana automatically is knocked prone. And then, oh, we had Half Pint. Yeah, we had Half Pint. He's, shall we say, he's always refreshed. So he is invulnerable to all kinds of fear and terror tests. Because he knows no fear. He probably doesn't know much pain either because, well, he found out that it comes in pints, right, Recoil? There we are. A little bit more of our light right there. So as Denethor says, Elrond, I'll make you a prophecy you just can't refuse. Well, you better not, right, Denethor? So have a good night there, Erid. Let me work in some more of our lighter gray. So that's more of an ambient color, not an object source like color like we got up there. You know what? That can't all just be actually Oracle of the Flashlight again. Alright. Good to know. We shall get a little bit of our green over there too. I'm thinking like, wait a minute, there was supposed to be somewhere else. We put our fabulous glowy green. Yes, indeed. Merry and Pippin, right? They loved scale ale. Once you get used to the eyeballs and the bones and the very fishy taste, you just can't stop drinking that. Alrighty. Oh, and that's right, yeah. And Sauron, right, he sits there in his big evil tower and tells dad jokes all day long. And when he's apparently trying to give out relationship advice to Grima, that's it. Oh, and of course, Denethor. Where's her? Well, we have many Denethors. He's Middle Earth's favorite pyromaniac, and also he's well known for starting a hang gliding, the hang glider free hang gliding club. Yes, it's a once in a lifetime experience, usually right at the end. Yes, the hang glider free hang gliding experience brought to you by Denethor. That puts all new meaning to stick the landing. Now I think we're set up there. I think now I think we kind of got it. Took a little while to get there, but I think we done got there. Which means I might need to just scotch more on that too. Blending brush. We'll use this guy maybe. Uh, Recoil. You know what I still gotta get, and I was just reminded of it when it's showing it say it got a little bit chilly here. Is I still haven't gotten that stupid sweatshirt yet. Yes. Maybe shoot me a reminder this week because it's not like it arrives here overnight. Say, hey, why don't you get yourself that sweatshirt so that, because who knows, very soon, again, it could be mid 20s here. Except they have to keep hiring new stuntmen all the time, Denethor. So yeah, they need a steady supply of those because they usually only last one day on set for some reason, right, Denethor? So is that actually Rico? Is that what So Sauron is actually just an evil TV executive, and he runs the Palantir network. He's always just feeding you garbage on TV. That's everything on TV is all just like scary stuff, right? Trying to make you worried and depressed and sad. Do we want to get any lighter over here? Maybe. Yeah. Let's up in here. Up in here. Where's my? Well, there's not much of that fast matte white left. In fact, there's none. So we'll just have to roll with this. See how far this will take us here. There, yeah, and up here too. Gee whiz, there's a whole area, and here we missed. Well, it would have been hard to get at that earlier, so no big deal. And here's another one. Yeah, there's a couple of areas that we just had not had a chance to get to. Well, that logo wouldn't look anything at all like a certain other one, would it? Or would it just look like this right here? There's your highball. There's your broadcasting tower there, broadcasting to you from 2,700 feet, the tallest location in Middle Earth, right there. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised at Denethor fighting with the unions, right, Denethor? I mean, you would know best. Yeah, let me see if we can do some of that here. Come on, I need a little bit there. All right. And then a little bit right there. And again, these makers are from Signum Games. Relatively, well, very new. I mean, it's pretty darn new stuff there. I think the Kickstarter was basically like a either September or October campaign. Where are we at here? Okay. Is that like, oh, that's part of his collar? That's what that is. Okay, I'm looking at that. I go, what the heck is that? Try to catch me a little bit edge on that. Actually, these feathers here, that needs more light because that's actually sitting above them. So yeah, that would catch more light, I think. And of course, if we're ever in doubt, what do? We just break out ye old little flashlight here, and of course these come in like practically every color: violet, blue, red, green, orange, yellow, all different kinds of colors. I guess he's well, he definitely has the Tomato Growers Union in his back pocket, right, Denethor? Something more here. Can't really do. Oh, those are sideburns. That's what that is. Okay, that's not a strap on the hat there. That's just sideburns. Okay, good to know. There's some more. This right here. Oh, there's got to be some memes out there already. Recoil of, yeah, Eye of Sauron, and a certain logo. There must be. Although I still think we can do better ones, right? Recoil for sure. I am going to try and lighten this little portion of the blade right here somewhere, and also extend this a little. And then, where's my sky blue? There's my sky blue, or Severus blue, as the case might be. Over here. Yeah, a little bit of sky blue up there. Well, that's got a whole bunch of stuff that we don't really want there. Okay, let's just get another clean batch of this stuff here to put into our white. There we go. So right. That's a weekly. I'll try to take the original. Just based on previous experience, I think it's better to take, okay, like say the picture of Treebeard, right, as a gummy bear. Do the orthographic first, and then start doing the multi views of that, because from my other test things that I did, it seemed to have a much easier time doing multi-views when the first thing you're doing is the orthographic. I never heard that expression before, but yeah, it looks suspiciously like a height map. And I think there was even one point where GPT kind of called it, referred to it as that. I don't know. We'll see how that rolls. Too much there. Easily minimized. There, just take those soft brushes, the craft brush, and a couple of taps there. Again, not this. That's just going to smear it. Straight up and down. That is the motion that we are using there. Straight up and down. The old tap, tap, tap there. Okay, he does have his little teeth there. Alright, that's good. That is good. A little extra light there. And there too. And this bat down. I think we maybe have to leave some shadow on him down there. Oh, speaking of which, darker. Umbar here. Always respect the umbar. Or else. So I'll send you a bunch of the, shall we say, crazier renders that it did. Recoil of my black ships of Umbar there. It's like, wait a minute. And then I have to find in some of my miniatures, and I'm going to do more of that. Well, especially with that one discovery, I'm going to try feeding in more images of the miniatures themselves and see if it, because there's that one banner bear. What I'd ultimately, now of course I'd be redoing all of my images here, but where's my Corsairs? Ah, here we go. That banner right there. I would love for that symbol to be on the sails of some of my ships there. I really, 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 really love that. Don't know if that's going to happen, but now Rico, did you see that one? I think it was the one Galadriel, and it did a very nice boat for heading off to Valinor. Maybe I didn't send you that one, but it actually, now that was really nice. Why couldn't the Dol Amroth boats look like that? All right, that's again a little bit more of the umber, and now here back to our. Now that I don't want that to be too close to the red in the cuff there. Any more darker green up here, or maybe yeah. Let's do this. Let's get rid of you. Let us take this Van Dyke brown over here. That's gonna go right in here. Let's do that. There you are. Also over there. That's it. Makes that more. That really does stand out much more. That it kind of needed to. It really did. You know what? We this also this one, and then well, that one's pretty good. Okay, it's a little more than we needed to do. Let's go back the other way. Fine, 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 fine. We'll just do this. There. All right. Okay, we just kind of lost that one chip all of a sudden. It's like, boom, there it went. Now back to our dark brown into his ear, the other ear. So I need to create more of a segment right there. Okay, that's better. We got that going. Some of that up in here. There we go. Nice. One last little bit over here. Well, let me see here. Yeah, I'll have to. I can't wait to see that recoil. Yeah, I've forgotten what you've seen already of the Galadriel images, and I don't think you've seen any of the Aowen stuff yet. And I'm thinking recoil that there's probably, I want to say about 4 of these in particular, maybe 5, that just outright would make good paintings because they're all in horizontal format. They're all in horizontal format, so that should work out just fine painting those on stream like, I wrote Landscapes of Middle-earth. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. That really that did a fantastic job. Recoil. Well, you know what's got to happen with that. I think you know what that's destined to be. I think it should be that, don't you? Yes, I think so. I think it should be. Oh, and now, actually, now Rico, I'm thinking, can we put this into Meshi and actually make an actual train? I don't think that would work, but who knows? Rico, that really did come out fantastic, and of course, it's the perfect aspect ratio and everything for it fits great in that square format recoil. It really fits well on the sticker. So yes, I think we'll have to make that one recoil for sure. Just shoot me a message so I don't forget. Got to get on the because I want them in time for the holidays there. So got to jump on that tomorrow. Because the last ones took a little bit longer to get here than typical. Yeah, those took a while. Do we have it more? Yes, we do. So I think that they're now over here. If I darken this up, then that just kind of by itself looks a little better. And then I have to get some more light right here on this this one part of the hat. Let me see if we could do that. Let me see if we can do that. There's again our green here. Well, there's not a whole lot of our floral green left. Yeah, there's not a lot of family programming on that network, is there, Recoil? There is not a lot of family programming on the on that particular network. We work this in a little bit of our light there, and also again on his well, sideburns. For hundreds of years, right, Recoil? Yes, indeed. Those programs have a little bit longer lifespan to them than they do here in this era. Yeah, you got people in their 40s and 50s. They're still watching children's programming. And just imagine the beer commercials on that network, Recoil. Yeah, that's a streaming service you never shut off. Nope, nope, too much paint on that brush. Get rid of some of that. Here too. Ooh, yeah, that. All right. This darker green, much like those here, we have to. There we go. We completely lost our edge of that collar there. And then some of the shadow on this side of that object, and then here as well. Alright, I think we got that now. Right, well, now we've been doing this almost 5 hours, and it is 4:35 in the morning here. No wonder the hunger pangs are a strike in there, because it's a supper. Actually, it's just getting to be supper time there too, right? Recoil. I I'm hoping that the that chicken has been thawed out enough that we can make that tomorrow. So again, here is well, let's get this straightened out here. That's not quite the. There we go. So these are the gents that we're going to try to be doing here on our next stream. All right, so it's going to be coming up very soon, just a matter of hours from now. Again, these are all from Signum Games here. Signum Games. This is our very first one, and well, that's pretty wild. Very unusual. So again, I want to thank everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. It's funny, Rico. Guess what I had? Well, I had the last of the steak and some asparagus. That was basically almost like French fries. And actually, I will probably be making some French fries tomorrow in the air fryer. Surprise, surprise. So thanks a bunch, and again, Rico, thanks for that. Is going to be well. Let's put it this way: it's going to be a super busy week now. Oh baby. See you in a bit there, Rico. And again, thanks to everybody. See you later there, Camda. See you later there, of course, Denethor.